I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Could we have a sunshine announcement, please, Cam?
Yes, Chairman. Good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, August 12th in the year 2025, and this is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with a scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. And in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the editor of the Bergen Record, Ella Espelito, and posted with the city clerk on Friday, August 8th of this year. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and made available to the public.
All right, thank you. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Wick,
Here.
Commissioner Torres, Commissioner Stamato, Commissioner Lipsky,
Here.
Commissioner Patel,
Here.
and Chairman Langston.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum. We have 6 commissioners present.
Okay, thank you. Could we swear in the staff, please, Mike?
I see Tanya, Matt, Jean-Drew, Ben, Eric, and Cam. Do you guys want to get tonight's going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have correspondence?
Yes, Chairman. Under new business continued, item 25, we've received notification that they request to carry with preservation of notice to September 23rd. So that is case P 2025-0019 for a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Applicant is Yellowstone Development LLC. The address is 54 Jones Street, and they've requested to carry with preservation of notice to September 23rd of this year.
Okay, so if anybody from the public is here for that application, you will not get new notice. This is your notice that it's being carried to September 23rd.
Okay, and
Anything
also,
else, Cam?
Oh, yes, Chairman. We also have James McCann, who would like to make a request.
Good evening, council.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chairman. James McCann, appearing on cases on the agenda number 22 and number 23. That would be P 2024-229 and P 2024-182. I represent the applicant in both cases. These are now contested cases. The Port Liberté Homeowners Association has retained counsel and opposition experts in the form of an engineer and a planner. My office received reports, opposition reports from both of those experts late yesterday. What the applicant is requesting is we would like to take the time to review those reports, see if we can address some of the comments in those reports prior to having a hearing, so maybe we can narrow down as many issues about the case as possible and satisfy some of the concerns of the Port Liberté Homeowners Association. So I'm requesting that the matter be continued until September 9th. And I also have reached out for Mr. Martin Caballar, who has confirmed that he's also available on September 9th. If you carry the case to that date, so that we would be all set.
All right, thank you, council. Cam, can we make the 9th happen?
Yes. Yes, Chairman.
Okay.
Just one other thing, I would respectfully request to be first on the agenda that night.
Cam, you tell me.
Yes, actually.
Look at that. Today's your lucky night. All right.
Actually, there's one other thing. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Sure.
So item 26 under new business continued, that is case P 2024-0247, a preliminary and final major site plan.
Cam, before we jump to that, can we finish with Mr. McCann?
Oh,
Yeah. I just want to announce, anybody that's here for those applications, once again, this is your notice. You will not receive new notice. Okay? Thank you.
So, Cam, do we have an agenda set for September 9th? Or we have not set that agenda yet?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
Tonight would be when we start.
So obviously, if we're going to allow this matter to proceed first on that agenda, and there are opposing counsel and experts, we just have to be conscientious of how much time that's going to wind up taking.
Agreed.
Thank you, council. All right, so Cam,
Thank you,
item
everybody. Good night.
26.
Yes, and, okay. New business continued, item 26, case P 2024-0247, preliminary and final major site plan, applicant Apple Tree Suites LLC. The address is 76 Cottage Street. The applicant has requested to carry with preservation of notice to September 9th of this year.
Okay, thank you, Cam. So again, for everybody in the public, come on up, counsel.
Sorry. Stephen Joseph, case number 14, 10 Brinkenhoff Street. So I was informed just before walking in here that the surveyor had a medical emergency, won't be able to attend tonight. So we'd like to request to carry that.
Okay, so let me just finish up with item 26. If anybody's here for 76 Cottage Street, that will be heard on September 9th. You will not receive new notice for that. And counsel, I'm sorry, what item?
Number 14 on the agenda, this is 10 Brinkerhoff Street.
Okay, so case number P2025-0028, minor subdivision for 10 Brinkerhoff. Cam, do we have a date? September 9th?
September 9th, sure. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, and that's with preservation of notice. And again, anybody that's here for 10 Brinkerhoff Street, that'll be heard on September 9th. You will not receive new notice for that. Okay, anything else, Cam?
The sunshine announcement is marked into evidence as B1.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, so let's move on to item 7, old business. Under A, case P2025-0136 is a site plan extension for 178 Monticello Avenue.
That's me, Stephen Joseph for the applicant. This is a one-year extension to a previously approved site plan. If approved, this will expire on September 19th, 2026. This is the first one-year extension.
So you're in before the date?
Yes, believe it
Wow.
or not.
Okay, getting places. And what's the reasoning, counsel?
The property actually sold to a new owner, and they're getting everything in order to build it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Anybody? Okay, is there anybody from the public that wants to comment? Anyone from the public?
See no one from the... Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Ben, anything you want to add?
Staff
Any
recommends
concerns?
approval, that all conditions of approval remain in full effect, and that staff recommends approval.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion then.
I'd like to make a motion for case P2P 2025-0136 as it was presented to the board tonight.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Commissioner Torres?
Aye.
Commissioner Wick?
Aye.
Commissioner Stamata?
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Chairman Langston?
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, counsel. Let's move on to item B. Is case P2025-0142 is a site plan extension for 212 to 230 Culver Avenue. Good evening, counsel. You look tan.
Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, Commissioners. Gerard Pizzillo from Genova Burns on behalf of the applicant LK Culver LLC. We are before you this evening requesting a second one-year extension of the preliminary and final major site plan the board granted under case P21-120. The property is located mid-rise zone B of Culver Route 440 redevelopment plan. Basis for the extension request, my clients purchased the property midway through after the initial approval was granted, so they never had the full time to really get all their ducks in a row. On top of that, there was issues related to the underlying transaction with the seller at the time that further impacted the ability to diligently move forward. They are in conversations with their professionals now, with other parties, with the hope of either moving forward with the development or transferring the property. So I am asking on behalf of the client for the additional 1 year, it'd be the second 1 year extension. on those, for those bases, on those reasons.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, anyone? No. All right, is there anybody from the public that wants to comment on this application? Anyone from public?
Seeing no one from public, I'd like to close the public portion part of the meeting.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded, public is closed. Cam, any problems?
Planning staff would only ask that you incorporate all of the conditions from the original resolution into the extension resolution.
Agreed and understood that they would carry through.
Okay.
No problem.
All right, thank you,
Planning staff
counsel.
recommends approval.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2025-0142 as it was presented to the board tonight.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded for approval.
On a motion to approve, Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor with conditions.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, counsel. Let's move on to item C, is case P2025-0117, is the site plan extension for 270 Newark Avenue.
Good
Counsel.
evening, Commissioners. I would appreciate if you could actually call the next case as well, too. I'm going to provide the notices for both of them. It makes sense if we hear both of them together because everything's all tied together from a timing standpoint.
Sure. Okay, let's call the next item as well. Case P2025-0031 is a site plan amendment for 270 Newark Avenue.
And these are notices that I posted online, but I will provide them to council.
Sure, thank you. And while we're reviewing the notice, anybody that just walked in, we have a few items that have carried tonight that will not be heard tonight. Item 14 on the agenda, 10 Brinkerhoff Street, will be heard on September 9th. Item 22 and 23 for 200 Chapel Avenue will be heard on September 9th. Item 25, 54 Jones Street will carry to September 23rd. And item 26, 76 Cottage Street will be heard on September 9th.
Chairman, I received the affidavit of public proof of mailing with respect to both case P 2025-0117 and case P 2025-0031. We're going to mark them as A1 and A2 respectively.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, council. By way of background, the property 270 Newark Avenue is located at the corner of Newark Avenue and Monmouth Street. Back in 2022, this board approved an application for a 5-story building and 4 units commercial at the ground floor. The only variance we sought at the time was rear yard, and that was largely due to the undersized nature of the lot. This is in the NC zone. That zoning hasn't changed since the approval that you granted back in 2022. In 2023, my client came back before the board, and they requested an approval for a 2-story building on the same site, along with a conditional use application for a cannabis use on the site. I was not involved with that application, but it was my client's intent at that time to move forward with a cannabis location at that site. My client came back to me and asked for an extension of the 5-story approval that this board had granted back in 2022. And unfortunately, I had a misunderstanding with my client, and I represented to the board that they weren't seeking to move forward with the cannabis application at that time. That was a mistake on my end, a misunderstanding with my client. They were actually planning to move forward with the cannabis location, same property, but within the 5-story building. In speaking with counsel for the board and speaking with planning, they thought it might make sense for me to come back before this board and try and marry the two ideas together and ask for an amendment to that 5-story approval just sort of confirming that the conditional use you granted on the property, which does run with the property, is acceptable at the same location, but within the 5-story building. So there's two things I'm asking of the board this evening. One, I'm asking to extend the approval for the 5-story building. And I'm also asking the board, per your council's advice, to try and marry these two ideas together and approve them under one single amendment to the 5-story building. So the first request is for an extension. Obviously, the reason for the extension is that we filed this application for the amendment some time ago, and we've just been waiting to get our application deemed complete and get back in front of the board. In that time, the 1-year extension you granted a year ago has run out. So that's the first request of the board. And the second request is, again, to just sort of confirm that the approval that you granted for both the conditional use on the site and the 5-story building are acceptable, and we can sort of marry the two ideas together. I do have a memo, and the board should have a memo dated July 8th, prepared by Eric Beasley, that confirms that there's been no pin in the map. We're still within the acceptable amount of feet from other uses that would prevent it from being here. And the only other presentation materials we have is just to show new ground floor, new location of the cannabis entrance.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Mr. Lewis, good evening.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Jeffrey Lewis, Jeffrey-Lewis.
And Mr. Lewis, your license is current?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, you're qualified.
Great. Okay. So I do just want to go over the changes that we've made here. They are very minor. A couple of them are site-related. A couple of them are related to the new use. Here we're looking at our cellar plans. On the left is what was approved. On the right is what we're proposing. So first of all, we had some underground conditions at the top here where we weren't able to, we're not going to be able to excavate the entire site. So we're going to have a small area here that will not be excavated. This reduced the size of the cellar down to 975 square feet. Also, we had to relocate this staircase, which was in that area, and we moved that over to the right side of the cellar here. And then the last change here is our utilities were originally coming off Monmouth Street and coming here, and those have been relocated to the first floor.
Mr. Lewis, if you could just, Lee, go back to that cellar
Yes.
plan. So the commercial storage is on the left, correct?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, on the
There.
proposed, yeah.
Yes.
And the space on the right is for tenants of the building, correct?
That's correct. And there are
Okay.
no doorways between the two.
Okay. And you don't need a second means of egress down there for either one?
No, under 1,500 square feet, we're okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you, go ahead.
You're welcome. Okay, now moving on again, approved is on the left, and what we're proposing is on the right. This is the ground floor plan. We did make two changes that are somewhat on the exterior of the building. They're both to the second entry to this retail space. Originally, that was located up here off of Newark Avenue in this little alcove. That space, that door has been removed, and we're using that space for where our meters would be located, our gas and electric meters. Our service is now going to come off of Newark Avenue. And we did need that second door, though, so that door has been relocated to the second alcove off of Monmouth Street, which already has the entry to the building lobby and the second staircase. So this is the secondary entry, or secondary exit. It's really the emergency exit to the space, from the space. Looking at how the space itself would be fit out, the main entrance is these double doors at the corner of the property. You enter into the controlled check area, where you're checked by the security. Once you come through, there's just one main sales floor with some display tables and a sales counter at the end. Then behind the sales counter, we have an ADA bath. We have that staircase, which goes down to the storage. And then we have another storage area, which is for dry storage, as well as the vault room. And that's all that's changing in this application. Everything else remains the same. The elevations don't really change except for those interior doors that you can't really see from the front of the building.
Mr. Lewis, how is that staircase protected? Is there a door on there?
No, it's actually completely open.
And that leads down to the storage area in the basement, right?
Correct.
So the general public can access that?
Well, you'd have to go past the sales counter. The sales counter goes across the whole thing, so you'd have to open the sales counter to go through it. I mean, a door can certainly be added. That wouldn't be a problem if it's something you think is necessary.
Where's the sales counter?
The sales counter is this going across the entire length of the sales floor here. So this would be that part that folds up, and that's how you would get through to get to these spaces. But we could always add, even here, we can add a second door and move this door here if you wanted, or we can put a door right here. So it's possible to put a door if you thought it would be more appropriate.
How does Eric, how does the statute read? Do we need I would assume storage areas need a secure door, right?
Well, we do have on the ground floor, this whole center area that's the secured storage area, and that does have a door. So I
But
think the
is-
downstairs would be more storage like fixtures and things like that. I don't think they're storing.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
taking a look at it right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. But they could store something.
Right, and we are happy to add the door.
Yeah.
This is for the use of cannabis sales?
Yes.
And wouldn't it have to have a door then for the purpose of, but we don't do that no more, right? We don't get into that when we first started.
So that's the next question, but council, same operator?
Same operator, yep, same operator, same owner. And what I was going to, I've already uploaded it, but I have a letter from the cannabis board saying, same operator, same property, they don't need to review it again. We did provide, as part of our upload, new security plan, new odor mitigation based on these changes here. So we did, reach out to them, and they felt that the next review was you guys.
Okay.
So council, my only concern is the original planning board approval of the future commercial space was not for cannabis.
That's correct.
There was a cannabis approval that, if memory serves me correctly, was for a larger space, or am I wrong about that?
I don't know if it was for a larger space. I
Okay.
mean, this is a pretty tight building. I mean, a piece of property. We were only going up to a second floor, and I think there was an office on the second floor.
Yeah.
So this shrunk the size of it, and again, that's why we changed and updated the security plan, updated the odor control plan. This is a smaller area, I would assume, just for the actual floor area. But that second floor on the previous one was an office space. It wasn't meant to be a retail component.
But because you already have secured the conditional use variance and started the process with respect to the site, the intention is to continue with that conditional use
That
variance.
is correct, yes.
Which therefore brings it back into play with, and in connection with the site plan application. I think
If you want to bring them up.
If you want me to, they're not.
regardless, why don't we secure the basement?
I have I don't think that's something our client is going to have an issue with. We
Okay.
will add that extra door.
Okay,
Yeah.
excellent. Anybody else? Any
Yeah,
questions?
I have two quick questions.
Go ahead.
One, Mr. Lewis, you saying that the utilities are gonna come from the New York Avenue side now, or you said not from Mama Street no more?
That's right.
Okay.
And that was required, but yeah.
And so for council, just so I can be clear, when you started the presentation, we extended a one-year extension for a 5-story building.
With a commercial use in the ground floor, correct?
Then they came back and we did a 2-story building, or it was always a 5-story building?
So there was really two requests from the board with that two-story building. Obviously, the site plan approval for the actual structure itself. The second request is for the conditional use, which is the cannabis use. That, in my opinion,
I
and in my
remember that.
discussion, it runs with the property. So when you approve that conditional use, you approved it for the property.
Mr. Lewis, can you take that off the screen for a second?
Yes.
And that was the opinion of the cannabis board. Cannabis board's attorney was, you approved it for this particular location, we still approve it for that location.
My question is, what I'm confused about is that, did you come to the board and say, we're not gonna build a 5-story building anymore? Now we approved a 2-story building, and now we're coming back to the board for the 5-story building with the 2-story, 2 floors
Which
of
came
cannabis?
first, council?
So,
I'm not sure.
The
little
extension was
confusing
after the
timeline-wise,
second
I
application.
agree, yes. And again, I wasn't involved with the 2-story approval. There was a 5-story approval, 4 units, ground floor, commercial. Year later, they come back with a 2-story building
Right.
and ask for the conditional use on that site. I come back last year and I asked this board for an extension of the 5-story approval, not knowing my client was still moving forward with the cannabis on that location. So the 5-story building can still be built. If you approve the extension today, it can still be built.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the
So what I'm
approval.
confused about, Council, maybe you can
I'm gonna
help me
clear it
with
up
that.
for you right now.
No, but just so you
ahead.
can be clear where I'm going with.
I know where you're
All
going.
right.
Say it.
We approved a 2-story building. Mm-hmm. To me, that means that 5-story building
No, it
doesn't
doesn't.
exist no more.
No, it doesn't.
Does it? Okay.
It does not.
Thank you.
Right now, they have the à la carte.
Okay.
Either gonna build a 5-story building, or I'm gonna build a 2-story building
Okay.
with a cannabis use. But here's what I want. I want to build a 5-story building with cannabis on the first floor. And what we would do, if the board were to act favorably, is we would abandon the 5 with the commercial or the cannabis in a 2-story. And the only thing that would be left standing would be a 5-story with cannabis on the ground floor.
That-
And if for whatever reason your client decides that they want to do something else, they're going to start again.
And they're coming back here. Yes, agree with your analysis.
But right now, they have the option,
They have the option.
although the 5-story building approval is set to expire.
Yes. Okay.
Legally, they could still pull the permit, though. They have the protection that they're about to lose. If this doesn't get addressed this evening.
All right, any other questions? Anyone? All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Anything else?
Nothing else from me.
Okay, is there anybody here from public that wants to comment on this application? Please come on up.
Hey, Joe, I gotta swear you before you speak.
Yes,
okay?
perfectly. Yes.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is gonna be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state your full name and give us your home address, please?
Danielle, Danielle, D'Adamo, D's and David, D's and David, AMO, 72 Hopkins Avenue.
Good evening, we have 3 minutes for you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening. I do not support this application to amend the site plan for 270 Newark Avenue to include a Class 5 cannabis retail use. While I do not live in Ward E, I have watched the same pattern play out across Jersey City, an oversaturation of cannabis dispensaries with little regard for balance or community need. Adding yet another location does nothing to improve the quality of life for residents, and instead clutters our commercial corridors with a single type of business. This ground floor space in a new mixed-use building could be so much more. A fresh food market, affordable dining, cultural venue, or community-focused service that benefits residents of all ages. With prime real estate like this, we should be diversifying our commercial spaces, not doubling down on an already crowded cannabis market. I urge the board to reject this amendment and require a proposal that reflects the long-term needs and character of the neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you, appreciate your time. Anybody else here from public? Anyone else from public, if you'd like to?
Seeing no one else from the public wishing to speak, I move to close.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Public is closed. Eric, anything you want to add?
Yeah, really quick, just want to touch on the storage aspect. So the ordinance doesn't necessarily say you have to, enclose storage, but
Okay.
I think it is a good practice to move forward with adding a door leading to the storage down in the cellar. So we can add that as a condition of approval. And yeah, staff just asked that the applicant agree to the conditions associated with P21-097, in addition to the conditions, the 2 other conditions in the staff memo.
I'm in receipt of the July 8th, 2025 memo. We can agree to the conditions therein and also add that additional one about the door.
Okay, thank you, counsel.
Otherwise, staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you.
And two other approvals if approved.
Do we do them separately? Do one at a
We're going
time?
to do them separately. We also need, how do you want to word the abandonment part? You want to put that in?
So if the motion to approve, it's going to be approve the site plan amendment and the extension and the abandonment of the prior approvals at the site under case 23040 and, no,
21097.
21097?
Correct.
But 23040 is the cannabis
That is
use
correct.
approval.
That's the two-story.
That's the two-story, both preliminary and final site plan, and the conditional use in one approval.
Can we cancel the two-story cannabis use?
So that's the amendment component. We're amending really the two-story to make it a five-story.
I'm asking for the extension on the 5, and I think we're amending the 5-story one. We can agree and even put it into our resolution that we abandon the 2-story site plan approval.
Right.
And that the conditional use is carried over to the 5-story, and it's amended to reflect that conditional use.
And dates back to the original date of the approval.
Right.
Because I need to extend
Correct.
the conditional use.
Yeah.
So you don't run into that issue.
I think that's fair, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
You understand that?
Okay, so what I'm doing is, with the conditions that the staff has recommended, with the condition of amending P21-097 and abandoning the two-story site plan
Approval component with the intention of carrying forward the conditional use variance in that approval. Perfect. That's what you want to do? That's what you're looking to do, if that's what your
Carry it
objective
forward.
is.
What am I carrying forward, though?
The conditional use variance for the cannabis location. So your intention is to walk away with a five-story building with a cannabis retailer on the ground floor? Is that your intention?
Well,
Is that what you want to move? Because that's what they're asking for.
that's what they're asking for.
So is that what you're asking to approve? I'm asking you, Commissioner, is that what you want to do?
Oh, I was just gonna, as it was presented here tonight,
That's what you want to do? Okay, so
it was
all,
presented here tonight, and then just with the abandon of the two-story site plan approval.
I'm just
We would keep it-
trying to clarify it for the record. So we've done that now. So that's the motion.
That's the motion, so.
But we
You've
do,
made the motion.
well, we have to make the motion for the extension
That's gonna
first,
be on the
correct?
first one, C, and then on the second one, no. my
That
motion-
is the second one,
The second one.
with the extension to run,
Motion
right?
For the extension of a 1 year.
Yes, but if we don't approve the extension, the second one,
The second one is no.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case case P2025-0117, a 1-year extension as it was presented to the board tonight.
all right, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato, Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you. So I'll entertain a motion for the second item.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case 2025-0031 as it was presented to the board tonight with the abandonment of a two-story site plan approval.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato, Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to new business. Item 9 is case P2024-0246, is an interim use approval for 549 Summit Avenue. Good evening, Council.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. I did provide public notice for this, so I'd ask that they be reviewed by council and marked into the record.
Thank you, Counsel. Chairman, I'm going to receive the affidavit of notice proof of mailing with respect to the application at 549 Summit Ave here in the city. Does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for the record.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, so tonight's presentation, or application, is for the property located at the corner of Pavonia Avenue and Summit Avenue. It's right across the street from Journal Squared. And it used to have 1 or 2 story office buildings that front on Summit Avenue. They have been demolished. In the back of those office buildings used to be a parking lot for those office buildings. I don't know if you know Huey McGuire. I think his offices were right there. So what we're proposing now is for an interim parking lot for 45 spaces. We did provide a parking management plan. The parking lot will be a public parking lot. It would have an attendant, and we are asking for up to 3 years. The idea behind this is that there is currently a project at 603-701 Nork Avenue at the northern end of Homestead Place that is a public parking lot. So this would replace that in the interim, the 45 spaces, when that starts construction, which is hoping to start construction within the next 6 months. And then, well, not before the board, just for the edification of everyone, ultimately this property is planned to be developed further consistent with the Homestead Place projects, so that there will be a pedestrian walkway that will take you from Homestead Place through Van Ripen and Summit in the middle there, and bring you up to Summit and have like another pedestrian corridor. But in the meantime, we are proposing this interim use. We think it'll alleviate some of the stress in the area, especially with that public parking lot being taken away. The courthouse always needs additional parking as well. So we think it's an appropriate use in the interim. And we have been working with planning staff and with the Jersey City Traffic Department in the design that we ultimately came to for tonight's presentation. And with that said, I have Paul Freitas here tonight that can just walk you through the site plan.
Okay, thank you, Council.
to give tonight's going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state spelling name?
Paul Freitas, Paul Freitas.
Mr. Freitas, good evening. Your license is current tonight?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to briefly go over the layout of the parking lot, its location, and just give you some details on the project. As Mr. Harrington has mentioned, the lot is on the corner of Pavonia Avenue and Summit Avenue. It's lots 10 and 11. It's an attended parking lot with with 45 proposed spots. The surface of the lot is non-impervious, so it's gravel, so water can flow through it. It's attended. It has an entrance and an exit that are on Pavonia Avenue, as shown here. And as you will note, there is a green buffer that kind of softens the street front with 5-foot high vegetation. The width of that vegetation varies between 9 feet and 5.5 feet down to 2 feet. Outside of that, there's a gate that prohibits people from entering right away. And of course, the attendant personnel would be taking the car and parking it. Outside of that, it's a pretty straightforward parking lot. In addition, there's a fence, a 5-foot fence on the rear of the lot right here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Freitas. Any questions, anyone?
There'll be nobody there working or staying there while people are parking. They just come in and they could be able to park.
No, there will be an attendant there.
Attendant there?
So you'll move in, come in, and then the attendant will take the car and park it, and then
So do we
retrieve it.
have something for the attendant to be there while during the day, or he's just going to be out in the elements standing? Is there a space for him to?
I believe between the entrance and the exit, there should be a little. It doesn't show here on the.
Looks like 2 trees to me, bushes.
Yeah, no, it's not there, but that was discussed as having a little structure there for the attendants.
Structure there for somebody if they're going to be there?
Yes.
Okay, so, and then there'd be some place for the person to need to, porta john or something there too, or is there going to be something for that person that's going to be there for the hours of at least 8-hour shift, right?
Yeah, I don't believe there's a porta john. Well, there's not a bathroom proposed, but I guess we can look into that because an 8-hour shift, yeah, you may.
I mean,
What
would the person do if they're standing there for 8 hours inside that parking lot?
No, you're absolutely right. So we
Yeah,
will.
especially winter time, rainy day, we have a person sitting in the parking lot, just standing there.
I'd say we can further review that with Mr. De Silva as to where to appropriately place that.
And they would need somewhere to leave the money while they go to use that porta-john. So
Yeah, and that's
Kind
why,
of.
the structure between the entrance and exit, that was the plan to put it there because you need someplace to put the keys too, because when people are going to park, they're gonna have to leave their keys because the attendant is gonna move cars around, similar to other lots in the city and in New York City.
Okay. So then, at a certain time of the evening, it's gonna be closed?
That's right. The proposed hours are 6 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay. So we'll have somebody there from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m.
And we absolutely will find a place.
Yes, that would be nice.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Freitas. I appreciate it. Council, that's your presentation?
Yes, it is.
Okay, is there anybody here from public that wants to comment? Yes. Please, come on up.
Thank you.
And if you could just state spelling name.
I have to do it again? I have to swear in again? Okay, no problem. Danielle, D-A-N-I-E-L-L-E, D'Adamo, D as in David, A, D as in David, A-M-O, 72 Hopkins Avenue.
Okay, we have 3 minutes for you.
Okay, good evening. I oppose the proposal to turn 549 Summit Avenue into a 3-year surface parking lot. In a transit-rich neighborhood like Journal Square, this is the wrong choice and a waste of prime land. A surface lot here will worsen flooding by adding impervious surface that sends more storm water into already overburned sewers, increase the urban heat island effect, making the neighborhood hotter, undercut Jersey City's own sustainability and climate resilience goals by encouraging more car dependency instead of reducing it. And let's talk about the interim part. What happens after the 3 years are up? Are we just looking at another extension, another placeholder plan? Without a clear enforceable end goal, this risks become a long-term blight disguised as a short-term solution. With new bike lanes in this corridor, this site could instead be used for bike infrastructure, secure bike parking that encourages people to ride here, shop, and dine in Journal Square. That's an interim use that builds towards a sustainable future, not away from it. Finally, where exactly will the cut driveway be placed? How will safety be guaranteed for people walking, biking, and driving through this area? This is already a busy corridor. One unsafe curb cut could create more hazards than this lot is worth. We have better options for interim use: green space to cool the area, stormwater infrastructure to prevent flooding, or community amenities that serve residents. Approving this delays real progress, hurts our environment, and prioritizes cars over people. I urge you to reject it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please, come on up, sir.
Thank you.
How you doing? I gotta swear in before you speak, okay? You swear any testimony you give tonight is gonna be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
And for the record, can you state, spell your name and give us your address, please?
Tariq Saleh. I am the spiritual leader of Al Mahdiyin Foundation, 15 Van Ruyben Avenue, owner of the building, and I have the president of the board and the treasurer of the board with me here.
Okay, we have 3 minutes for you.
3 minutes too little. Give me a chance because I have some problem I wanted to explain to the board about
For
it.
the interim parking lot? we're talking about?
I will, the 15 Van Ruyben, we use it, this is Al Mahdiyin Foundation, we use that as a mosque. Muslim mosque, we use it this about 10 times at least was stolen from many thieves. They use this place to jump to our place from the backyard. This, they wanted to use it as parking lot.
Okay.
And it will be used later to the project what they call it, the project of the area 47 or 27. And when I'm sorry to interrupt you, because the place beside us, 21, 29, Van Ruyben, the same owner of that place, he applied for construction permit application as a owner of our place. You give him, the board give him approval to build 27-story beside us. And the 2017 Van Ruyben, it was a historical place. Although that, he broke that house, demolished half of it, and put his building on the edge of our backyard.
Sir, I'm confused.
Let me
Are we talking about the interim surface parking lot on the corner of Summit and Bravonia
Yes, this
right
is our back.
Okay.
This area, our back. Always the thief come from this area to jump to our place to steal in our house, and we use it as a mosque. But in the same time, I am trying to give notice about the owner of the area who will use it as a parking lot for 3 years. The same owner who has the developer Nadmar Group has all the area, four building. They start in the 21, 29 right now. We are 15, Van Ruyben, historical. 17 beside us is historical too. He demolished half of it, half of that place, and he put his building on our edge. And he requested permit from the board. I don't know how. He put his name as a owner of 15 Van Rijpen.
All right, sir, hold on. Let's just clear some things up. 15 Van Rijpen is on the corner of Van Rijpen and Summit?
No.
What is the,
If you put, I can put the on the computer, I can show you the place. 15 Van Rijpen, you know, 17, now 21, 29, under construction now, Nadmar Group.
Yes.
Nadmar Group has the corner of Summit with Van Rijpen too, and has Bavonia with the Summit too, and have Homestead with Bavonia too. This is 4 building for Nadmar Group. I don't know how that is it's working. Somebody, he tried to, Mr. Nadmar came to me and he sent me affidavit to sign it, but the board of the mosque refused to sign it. Then in the same time, apply for construction permit.
but we're talking about the corner of Pavonia and Summit. That's where this application
I
is.
understand very well. First of all, this corner is owner the same developer. I understand. But these people, the thief, they use this corner to jump on our place from the backyard.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But we're only talking about the parking lot that's proposed on the corner. So whatever issues you have with what's going on generally in the area.
Not generally. In the same developer, in the same 4 building.
But that's not before the board tonight.
I know, it's not before. But I hope the board to give me a chance, or any day, I can come to explain my paper, because I make a complaint here, then they send it to inspector. Inspector said to me, I'm sorry to say that, he said this expression, who has the money, he will win. If we don't have the money, it means we cannot win. He do whatever because he is billionaire, and he did whatever, and he bought his building 27 floor in the edge of our place, demolish while I have the decision. This place is historical 17. He owns the same 17. He own it is historical, but he demolished half of it. When he demolished half of it, he bought his building 27 on my edge 15 Van Rijpen. How can, when I call the inspector and I make the complaint here, what is the end? They said to me, send me to the inspector. Inspector said to me, this zoning issue. Zoning issue said, we give the approval, we cannot do anything. Let him go to the court. Then in the same time, the inspector said to me, frankly, and he's very honest man, I will not say his name, he said to me, who has the money, he will win. I went to 3 attorney after attorney and attorney, they cannot face the developer. What I can do, for that reason, I put the situation before of you to give me a chance in another day to come to explain how it could work, because he has a money. He will put us down because we are a Muslim. We cannot face him. Is that okay?
I didn't understand that last part. That has nothing to do with any of this.
Because we don't have enough money and we are a small community. What we can do? Please.
But I don't have jurisdiction to deal with this. I'm not the court.
But
I
at least to
understand what
know
you're
what
saying.
happened.
Okay.
Yani you give approval in something and on the ground they do another thing.
I don't know any of this to be true, but it doesn't come back to me. It goes into the court. If what you're saying is true, which I am sure Mr. Harrington is going to say he probably doesn't know as he stands here tonight, but I am sure they have a different position. That goes into the court. That doesn't come here, is all I'm saying.
But please, at least give me a chance one day, appointment to come to explain what happened. If I don't, I went to 3 attorney, not one. One, he forwarded me to other forwarded me to other attorney, and I don't know how it could work. If I went to 3 attorney and nobody can get the case, I don't know why, but they said it's already under construction and it is gone. Try please to give me appointment to help me to explain what happened. Maybe you will change your mind about that approval.
So, sir, once we give an approval, and believe me, I understand. I understand what you're going through here. We can't take back an approval. This board only hears applications, we approve or deny them. Once that happens, it's the building department's responsibility to issue the permits. That permit you have in your hand, I'm horrified that it has the wrong address on it, has the wrong name on it. It's not this board that issues those permits. What I can guarantee you is we'll have a zoning officer go out tomorrow. It's not our board's jurisdiction to do this, but I'll make sure that a zoning officer goes out there tomorrow and checks into it.
Thank you so much.
Okay?
Thank you so much.
All right. I appreciate your time. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming in and telling us about this.
Thank you so
All right. Thank you. Good evening. Anybody else from public, please come on up. Yeah, come on up.
Hi.
Hi, do you swear any testimony you give tonight is gonna be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Pam Andes, 191 Van Horn. And I just want to add to the gentleman, the Muslim community is very important and is very big and is important. The Asian community is very important. The Egyptian community, the Middle Eastern community. And what's hard, as I'm Asian American, what's hard for my community to get everybody here is because English is not my community's first language. Sure. So it's really hard to express. So I appreciate you. I'm also council aide to Councilman Rich Bogiano. I have my card here, and I will meet with you and see if we could handhold you through this process and perhaps work with NAMDAR and see if we could do, see what's happening, okay? Because our hearts break for you. So I'm up here to say that. And I'm up here to also say, as council aide to the Ward C councilman, I have the wonderful pleasure of having a headache this big about parking. The parking issue is real. The Asian-owned businesses on Newark Avenue are horrified, which I would like to plug in. Please go to the Filipino and Indian businesses there on Newark Avenue. 701 Newark Avenue is closing. They're losing 45 spots. And so that was, proposed that they would find 45 spots elsewhere. It's a bit far from the Newark Avenue and Summit area that was struggling, but, they'll take anything at this point. So I do want to say publicly that those phone calls are real. You don't see those people that come out because they don't like to speak publicly, because they have accents. I think the accents are beautiful. And I just want to say that the need for parking is real. So hopefully we could balance everything. But the construction that is coming along and the development is coming along, it's going too fast. It's, it is a real problem, but that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from public, please come on up. Anyone else?
Seeing no one else from the public wishing to speak, I move to close.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, anything you want to add? Any concerns?
Certainly, Chairman. Maybe we can take a moment to discuss Mr. Torres's concerns about the proper facilities to accommodate the attendant, because
Sure.
this is a proposed staff parking spot. As you saw, there's stacked parking, not stacked parking, but there's double tandem parking. It requires an attendant and valet services. I think staff agrees that perhaps that was overlooked as part of the review. And I think it's certainly appropriate that as a resolution condition that just a facility for accommodating the attendant be added as part of signature plans. As far as restroom facilities go, I just want to throw the possibility out there. Mr. Harrington, the applicant owns the apartment building located at 9 Homestead Place, right?
It's actually, the applicant is the current owner of the property, but the owner of 9 Homestead Place is the contract purchaser of the property. So there's a relationship there.
Okay,
yes.
so if often, a proper indoor restroom is often more dignified than a porta-john, and perhaps just in lieu of a porta-john, if some sort of arrangement could be worked out where the attendant could have access to the staff bathroom at 9 Homestead Place.
We can absolutely make that accommodation.
Sir?
It's probably about 50 yards.
Okay, it's close.
Yes.
30-second walk.
No, because if somebody
Yeah.
is going to a building down the block and somebody comes to park their car, what do we, and then we're parking cars at a place with a lot of office buildings, people are trying to get to work, I mean, there's a conflict there.
And we may have to look at it, maybe we have 2 attendants at certain points.
I'm just saying, if it's far away, that's
Yeah,
kind of different.
that's
But
about 50 yards.
you can figure with staff.
Staff will certainly review a proposed revised parking management plan as part of this signature plan sets. Staff submitted a memo dated August 8th, 2025. I'd just like to take a second to, remind the board of the discretion available to it with an interim use approval. And so in the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan, interim uses can be established for a period of between 1 year and 3 years in duration. The applicant has asked for 3 years here. That being said, the board has the jurisdiction to choose the time period that they think is appropriate before that use should come under review again. The board has discretion there, and staff doesn't really have an opinion per se as opposed to what an appropriate time period is, but it might be something worth discussing amongst the board what might be appropriate. In that memo I wrote, there are 6 proposed conditions, and in addition, staff is also proposing addressing structure for the attendant as well as restroom facilities to be accommodated in some way. So that would be a total of 7 conditions. Is the applicant willing to adhere to those conditions for approval?
We would. I just know for a record that it references COs. We're not. You don't necessarily get a CO for a parking lot.
Certainly. I guess the closing of the construction permit.
Understood.
To clarify.
That's
yes.
yeah.
Yes.
I understand the spirit of it.
Excellent. All right. Great. With that being said, staff recommends approval with conditions for a period of 1 to 3 years. That is at the board's discretion.
Okay, so counsel, you mentioned breaking ground in 6 months at 701 Newark?
Yes, that's their hope. They are getting very, very close. With everything coming together, they're hoping to break ground within 3 to 6 months.
Okay, so we're probably from temporary COs 2.5 years out right now.
Probably, yeah, 2.5 to 3 years.
So I have no problem with the 3 years. Anybody else? I mean, that's going to alleviate some of that.
Is the 2
parking
years
lot.
starting from now or starting in 6 months from now?
The 3 years would start from the date of the resolution.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? Any concerns? Okay.
And I don't want to add on. I can address any of the issues that were raised during the public if you'd like, but some of them were obviously not related to this project.
Sure.
Chair, I think it would just be in Mr. Harrington's client's best interest that you talk to the community about what's going on and to the council aid. About the other projects, it's not before the board, but obviously there seems to be some concern. about what's
Absolutely.
happening.
And I'll relay that back to my client about their concerns as well.
Okay, thank you, counsel. All right, I'll entertain a motion then.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case 2024-0246 as it was presented to the board tonight.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Wick?
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato? Yes. Commissioner Lipsky?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Torres?
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye with the added conditions.
Motion carries all in favor for approval with conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mike, do you want to get a break in now? This might be a good time. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break, everybody. We'll be back at 6:57. Order, please, everybody. And let's call item number 10 is case P2023-0047 is a preliminary and final major site plan for 49 to 51 Morton Place. Good evening, council.
Good evening. For the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. I do have public notices that were provided, and I want to give them to council so they can be reviewed and marked into the record.
Adjourn, receive the affidavit of notice, proof of mailing with respect to the application for preliminary and final major site plan, 38, 40, 42, and 46 Morton Place, 43, 50, 45, 47, 49, and 51 Morton Place, 202, 204, 206, 208, 210 Orient Ave. Here in the city, it does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for the record.
Thank you, council.
Okay, thank you. So the application before you tonight is a result of kind of a long road that started about a year and a half ago before this board. If some of the members may recall, we made an application to expand the Green Villa redevelopment plan across Kennedy Boulevard, and that then included a portion of Morton Place, and it ran down along Orient Avenue. And included this property specifically. So this property, as you'll see during the presentation, it's located directly south of the light rail line on West Side Avenue. Then you have the parking area for the Board of Education buses directly to the west. So right now you have old industrial buildings there that are being used for a number of uses. But this project here is a residential development. It is proposing 264 units. It'll have 28 affordable units, so it's 10% plus 2. The reason you got plus 2 is because during the process of reviewing this with the city planning staff and the city council, a portion of Morton Place was vacated. And part of the vacation required that any residential development on this property add 2 additional affordable units. So that's where we get to the 28. It does also have parking. You'll see it's 127 parking spaces within the garage and 135 parking spaces. We are not requesting any deviations from the redevelopment plan, as it is kind of a form-based development that you'll see. And I note, just as an aside, initially it was proposed as a 15-story development, and we've reduced it to 6 stories because we just, for a number of reasons, but I believe you'll see it, it really fits in with the area. So with that said, I have two witnesses tonight, my engineer and my architect. I also have my traffic engineer here in the event the board has any questions. But I will then move right into it with my civil engineer, Brian Liebeskin.
Okay, thank you, Counsel.
I do. Sure. Brian Liebeskind, Liebeskind.
Mr. Liebeskin, good evening. Your license is current?
Good evening. It is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
So I will start by bringing up a exhibit showing the existing site. As Mr. Harrington just explained, this is a collection of 12 individual sites, as well as the vacated portion of Morton Place. In total, it's at 1.3 acres.
But before we begin, if we could mark this slide deck as A2, and if you could, well, I think you just identified it for the records, 12 sheets?
26.
26, oh, sorry.
Any date, any title?
Morton Plaza Planning Board submission.
26 sheets, A2.
The existing site, as just noted, is a collection of 8 individual buildings, 2 stories each, as well as surface parking and driveways. The proposed project represents the entire project site. And we'll flip to a color rendering of the site plan. The project is fully compliant with the bulk requirements of the Greenville redevelopment plan. The site improvements include reconstruction of the 2 frontages, includes along Orient Ave, new sidewalks, new curbs, new street trees, lighting, as well as complying with the condition of the redevelopment plan to provide pedestrian walkway off-site on Orient Ave. The building is 6 residential floors over cellar parking. The proposed building takes advantage of the change in topography. There's about a 15-foot grade change from the Morton Place entry down to the Orient Ave side, where we have a 2-way driveway as well as a loading curb cut along that side. There's a residential lobby off of both streets. The architect can walk through the circulation of the building in more detail. We've worked with all the agencies at the city to ultimately end up with the plan before you tonight. This includes improvements to the Morton Place dead end. We've eliminated the illegal parking at the end of the street, created a 10-foot wide striped area for loading and vehicle turnaround, and expanded the sidewalk width along that main entry, and provided additional street trees and lighting. The project complies with all of the requirements under the city's stormwater control ordinance, provides an underground detention basin, and reduces the peak flows for the 210 and 100-year storm events. I can go into more detail for any of the engineering components, but I'll keep it brief. So if there are no further questions, that concludes my testimony.
Brian, if you could, just with the exhibit you have up here, if you could point out where the light rail is in Kennedy Boulevard.
Sure.
Just so everybody has an idea.
Sure. So the tracks are due north of the site, running along the whole length of that side of the property. JFK Boulevard is the street where my cursor is, just off the sheet on the right-hand side. Morton Place is the street at the top right of the plan, and then Orient Ave running east-west at the bottom of the page.
And is it fair to say that the light rail station, the West Side Avenue light rail station is probably within 200 to 300 yards to the west of the property?
Yes.
Any questions?
Anything else? Any questions, anyone? Okay, thank you, Mr. Liebeskind.
Okay, we'll move on with Mr. Kelly.
Good evening, sir.
I do. Kieran Kelly, Ciaran, Kelly.
Mr. Kelly, good evening. It's been a while. Your license is current tonight?
It is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Brian. So just to pick up from this slide that he had started at, and just again to orientate everybody, obviously highlighted in red is the very irregular parcel. It's just over 57,000 square feet. The longest frontage being against the light rail to the north. And of course we have the frontage 125 feet on Orient Avenue on the south of the image. And then you'll see Morton Place coming off JFK on the left-hand side. So again, the property is within the Green Villa redevelopment plan, which actually permits 16 stories on the property. But of course, the proposal that we're presenting tonight is significantly more modest than that. This would be a very simple graphic massing of the proposed structure, which is essentially a 6-story structure, 6 residential floors over the cellar parking podium. That podium, of course, again, as Brian described, takes advantage of the slope between a high point on Morton Place and a low point on Orient, so that the podium, I guess, has street frontage on Orient, but is essentially below grade on Morton. And so here on this image, I've selectively chosen some slides from our submission set just to walk you through the plans. This is the the lower first floor plan, which is that podium level. Along the bottom of the page, you'll see where the building fronts onto the street. To the left, you have a transformer room, and then you have your main residential lobby. Next to that, to the right, along the street, is the off-street loading bay, which is bigger than what is required by the plan. It's about 47 feet by about 17 feet wide. And that, of course, provides for scheduled move-in, move-out, trash removal, all that within the building. So there's no operations or loading on the street. And then we have a 2-way drive aisle which accesses the off-street indoor parking area. That off-street indoor parking area accommodates 127 parking spaces. There is no parking requirement in this case, but we're providing 127 spaces. And of those 127 spaces, 75% of them are standard spaces, 25% are compact, the standard being 9 by 18, compact 8 by 18. And then we have 5 ADA spaces, and we have 15% EV charging in our parking. Now, there was 2 comments which were made by the Division of Transportation memo, which said that the 2 spaces on the upper top right, 34 and 33, they were concerned about maneuverability. So we prepared this as an exhibit. This is A3, which, should this be approved, I'll include in the resolution compliance. Those spaces have been reconfigured to ensure that they have the adequate backup and maneuverability. And also, we are providing 135 bike parking spaces in the building, and we just had to delineate how each of them, where they were located, and that we had the required access to them. So we've done that here. Above this, and it might just take a second to load, we come to what is essentially the first residential floor, the floor which is adjacent to the street on Morton. So this creates a different building footprint, smaller than that of the podium, where we are creating a double-loaded corridor element aligned to the light rail tracks. And then off of that, on the southern side, essentially we have 2 wings, one of which comes down to front onto Orient Way, and the other one comes down to front onto Morton. And those 3 elements kind of create a 3-sided courtyard on the south of the building, where at this level we have an outdoor amenity terrace, and also we've got some private outdoor space for the units which face onto that courtyard. The area in the white over to the right of the plan, I just want to talk about briefly. That's where we have a secondary lobby for the building. It's a pedestrian lobby on Morton Place, so people can enter and exit at that location. They've got access to elevators. And then also adjacent to that is the 4,700 square foot amenity space for the building. And that amenity space, again, feeds out to that outdoor courtyard. So once we come above that floor, we're essentially into what is the typical residential floor. And I won't go through too much detail of all the various units, but just to give you the breakdown. So we have 264 residential units. Of those units, 70 are studios, ranging from 525 square feet to 575 square feet. 89 are one-bed, one-bath units, ranging from 610 square feet to 800 square feet. 36 are one-bed, one-bath plus den units, ranging from 850 to 910 square feet. 57 are two-bed, two-bath units, ranging from 850 square feet to 1,100 square feet. And finally, the last 12 are three-bed, two-bath units, ranging from 1,100 to 1,275 square feet. And of those 264 units, again, we have 28 affordable units. And just to give you and put it on the record, the breakdown, 17 of them, the majority of them, are two-bed, two-bath units. We have 6 three-bed units, 3 one-bed units, and 2 studios. Then, to quickly describe the roof of the building, we have a flat roof, continuous roof above the 6th floor. It's 40,000 square foot in area. 15% of that is given over to extensive green roof. We then have a provision in the middle of the plan for an extensive solar array. Now, that is to be determined, to be designed, but we wanted to provide for it at this point. We wanted to just allow the space for it. And then we have I believe it's a 2,700 square foot outdoor amenity deck on the roof. We are not proposing any interior lounge amenity space on the roof. Also to the south of that deck, which is directly adjacent to the main elevator lobby, you'll see there's 2 pickleball courts proposed, we've provided fencing to 12 feet around those pickleball courts, and the remainder of the roof is given over to screened, both visually and acoustically screened mechanicals, rooftop mechanicals. So then, to briefly describe the facades and the aesthetic of the building, it's not a tall building, but it is has a large floor plate, and so there is there's a large perimeter in the building, so there's a lot of facade. And so what we're proposing, I believe, is an elegant but contemporary building in a very familiar palette of materials. Of course, the main material being the off-white modular brick, and then that's accented with bronze ACM panels at the cornice and at the floor lines, and then the vertical panels that you see kind of randomly located are a combination of smooth and fluted cement board panels in a gold and a champagne color. So this is the view if you're standing on JFK and you're looking down Morton towards that entrance. This is a close-up of the entry of the building at that location, and this shows the recently agreed to striping in that area to eliminate parking, and also 2 new street trees at that entrance. This is a kind of a standing back if you were across the street on Orient looking at the overall project. And if you look in the center, you'll see in the recessed area, that would be the tree-sided courtyard element, of which we have a close-up image here. Again, that's the amenitized courtyard at the top of the podium, and then the residential buildings around it. And then finally, that last slide, this is the view from the north, overlooking rather the light rail. Happy to take any questions. That concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kelly. I don't see any PTAC units, thank God, on the building. I didn't see any. No. I didn't see any of the condenser units. They're on the roof?
Yeah, they're on the roof. So if I can just get my cursor here. So I guess the boxes that you were seeing here, which are angled, that's the solar array orientated towards the sun angle. All these little rectangles, they are VRF. They're essentially condensers. There's 1 per unit.
Okay. Are they screened? Are they below the parapet?
So the black line that you see here surrounding all of this stuff, the solar array and the roof-mounted condensers, are screens. I believe that they are 4 feet high. They're a foot higher than the units themselves.
Okay, excellent. While you're on that slide, the pickleball courts.
Yeah.
Is there lighting up there for them?
Not currently proposed. It's a good question.
Have you ever stood outside of a pickleball court?
Yes, I have. I know that it's noisy.
It's annoying.
Yeah, well, there's two things. One, it's on the roof. The other
Sure.
thing, within the construction of the building, we're obviously providing additional soundproofing below it for the residents, but there are no residents overlooking or adjacent to. So from a sound perspective, I don't think that the sound is going to travel down into the courtyard. But if it's, it's a concern, but our clients don't share the concern. They see that is going to be a very, very desirable amenity in the building.
I don't disagree that it's desirable. I would want to limit the hours of operation. I don't think there should be lighting. I think it should be shut by what's a reasonable hour?
Sundown.
Sundown?
I'm sure that our client would have no
Yeah.
issue with that.
Yeah. No, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, that would be acceptable.
Okay. That's it for me. Anybody else? Any questions?
Are there restrooms on the roof?
No. If you were to provide restrooms, it would be considered an additional floor. We're not proposing any indoor amenity space up there. So a person everybody that would be up there would be a resident in the building, so that they can go down to use the restroom in their unit, or they could go down to the first floor and use the restrooms there.
I actually do have, I don't mean to harp on the pickleball. Is there fencing around it?
Yes, there is.
Okay, how high is that fencing?
It's 12 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an open net.
Okay. Anybody else? Any questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question. Well, I'm going to piggyback off the chairman's question with the pickleball. It's not that the sound travels down. Sometimes the sound travels across. So whatever's happening to someone that lives across the road might be more affected too. Going back to the slide where you show the light rail and the trees, there's a lot of trees there, but that's on the light rail side?
Oh, sorry, here.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, and those trees, of course, aren't exactly accurate.
That's
They're
not,
illustrated. But there is a lot of vegetation down in that light rail.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with you.
No, it's outside of our
Okay.
property.
All right, so what I'm noticing, and it's just caught my eye, is I don't see too many trees on this property. You have like, what, only 4?
Proposed?
Yeah, I don't.
There's 4 street trees proposed, and they're along the street frontages, Morton and Orient. Then all of our exterior amenitized or courtyard areas will be landscaped. So there will be like trees and planters.
Planters and stuff like that?
Yeah. Now that's not designed yet. That would be designed as a condition of approval by a landscape architect. But there will, of course, be.
So we're not going to get to see that now?
Well, so let me show you the slide with where is the?
It just caught my eye because it's a big property, and other properties usually have a lot more.
So what I can tell you just looking at this slide, so this is like, for example, looking at the interior courtyard. There is certain planting that we know will exist, and that is shown on the plans. One of them is a considerable amount of buffer planting provided along. I'm sorry, I'm just flicking between slides. There are.
I see here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that line of evergreen arborvitae planting that you see there, are 6-foot-tall arborvitaes and planters along the edge of our property, are so as to provide screening and buffering for the existing residential properties along Orient. We know that they're there, and we've shown them on our plans. Behind, around the perimeter of the amenitized courtyard, there is planting there because we're providing buffers for the residential units fronting onto the courtyard, so we know that. We're not proposing any planting on the roof.
Right.
And so other than that, and other than the 4 street trees that we show on our site plan, there's no planting proposed.
And that's because there's not much more space for anything else.
There's not.
The way the design is.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just wanted to be sure.
Council, this actually might be for you. The solar panels on the roof, do they, I don't know the correct terminology I'm looking for here, plug into PSE&G's grid? Is it something that has to be approved by PSE&G?
I don't know that answer. I don't know if Kieran knows.
I don't know because we didn't get to that point. We didn't
Okay.
get to the point of start. It was just a desire on our client's part that they would love to be able to provide this at a future date, but we didn't get the time to go down the road, so I don't know.
Okay, all right, understood. Anybody else, any questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Kelly.
My pleasure. Thank you all.
And that completes our presentation. Our traffic engineer is here as well, but I'm not going to present him unless there are questions for him.
Maybe we'll keep him in backup. Anybody on traffic right now? Okay, thank you, Council.
Thank you.
All right, is anybody here from public that wants to comment on this application? Come on up.
Yes. Abraham Hedaya, and I'm one of the owners of the remaining properties on the south side of Morton Place. Abraham Hedaya.
Mr. Hidey, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you, sir.
Sure. I want to start by saying that I support the construction of this project. It looks beautiful and it'll add to the city. I'm not looking to hold anything up, but I do have a few minor concerns. A few months ago, the developer came before the city council with a request to vacate a portion of Morton Place, being that they owned the lots surrounding the end of the street. The council approved the request with the understanding that they would endeavor to deliver a 480-unit project, of which 48 units would be affordable. Instead, they're delivering 254 units, of which only around 28 will be affordable. I don't mean to imply that they misled the city, as market conditions, in fact, have changed, but the fact stands that a public good was traded away with the understanding that a larger project would be built. As I mentioned before, I think this project will be great for the city and the neighborhood, but unfortunately, the developer seems to have forgotten about their neighbors. Previously, they planned to request 15-minute parking spaces at the end of the street, creating parking that would be useful only for their large project, in effect vacating even more of the street and another 2 public parking spaces for their own use. Now, their plan is to remove more street parking, using what remains of Morton Place for K-turns directly in front of my property, and bringing light, noise, and peering eyes right up to my windows, and precluding me from ever installing a driveway at 41 Morton Place. To call it a pedestrian lobby is a little misleading. Looking at their new proposed site plan, it's easy to imagine what will happen with traffic here. Double parking, cars blocking each other after turning blindly off of Kennedy, deliveries and drop-offs at all hours, potentially from large trucks backing up, K-turns in front of my buildings, shining light through my windows, drivers using and blocking my driveway, the only open one left on the street to turn around. Or, even worse, drivers trying to navigate the limited remaining space by not turning around at all, backing up into the sidewalk or even the crosswalk in Kennedy Boulevard, an obvious safety hazard. The developer is in effect turning Morton Place into their own driveway, which, in theory, I agree with. Their project should have a proper visual presence and direct access to Kennedy Boulevard. They are the real project on the block. But the site consists of over 57,000 square feet. Surely they can spare a few feet to install a proper driveway with a turnaround. I also have some lesser concerns relating to the design of the building. They plan to construct a pickleball court directly adjacent to me. Has any analysis been done on how noise might travel down to the properties below, or future mid-rise buildings that may be built? Maybe it's possible to relocate it further from the property line, maybe somewhere where the solar array is or some other part of the roof. In addition, I'm not sure if this is within the purview of this board or just the building code, but the developer is proposing to construct very large windows directly over my backyards. Would it be possible to angle or shrink them so that they're not opening directly over me? Vacating Morton Place had nothing to do with this project's feasibility. It just adds some rentable square footage, which I totally agree with. I'm totally fine with. Developers making money and more families getting a place to live is a good thing. But they should make at least some effort to plan for traffic, maintain public safety, and be a more considerate neighbor. And I hope that they can see how having a proper driveway, a proper entrance, and not just a door at the end of what's left of the street will add value to the project as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Council, do you want to address anything here?
Sure. I mean, as with regard to the vacation of Morton Place, that took place about 2 years ago before the city council. And at that time, a larger project was envisioned, but it was always 2 affordable units. So, and at the time, the discussion was, I believe the underlying zoning at the time was R3. So we looked at what could you build under the R3 zoning, and you're gonna, if you change this zoning, we're gonna require the 10%, but we also want a few extra. So how many more additional units were you getting as a result of the Morton Place vacation area? And that's where the council and planning, we came to the 2 units. So the 2 units always stayed the same, and actually by having a smaller project, it's still 2 units. So the ratio is actually increased of the overall units, and you still have your 10%. So you still have your public benefit. With regard to the parking, we actually have worked with staff and with the Jersey Engineering Department. At the end of the street, we had some parking provided, and Jersey City Traffic Department did not want that. They thought it would create an issue with turnarounds. We didn't want to have people coming down the street and having to do K-turns in front of Mr. Hideo's property. So we eliminated that, and we striped it so that if people come down there and need to turn around, they'll do that. And we also, I think, widen the right of way or down there for that purpose. There was also an issue discussed if you had parking down there with emergency services, and they come down the block and you've got 4 cars, sitting there blocking the fire truck. So we have addressed these issues. They're not something that we ignored, but the changes and what you have before you is a result of working with the city and their staff.
All right, thank you, council. Anyone else from public? Anyone else from public?
Seeing no more for the public, I'd like to close the public portion part of the meeting.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Where are we here? Matt, you're handling this?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Mr. Harrington?
Yes.
Did you see the memo from the city forester with his comments?
Yes, we have.
Yeah, is the applicant amenable to changing the species to be taller species to provide more screening and greenery?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think as Mr. Harrington mentioned, the conditions in Morton Place went through a few changes as part of the development of this application. Initially, and I believe it was at the request of community members, there was an intention to provide some public parking on Morton Place. That quickly provided transportation, made it clear that there was a conflict there between the provision of parking and the ability for vehicles to actually properly turn around on what is admittedly a quite small segment of street now. In addition, the vacation Morton Place required the relocation of a fire hydrant, which further reduced the amount for potential parking on Morton Place. So that's why parking was removed from Morton Place. Transportation staff signed off on the proposed redesign of Morton Place, and obviously, with any types you have illegal stopping, standing, or parking, it's always at the end of the day a question of enforcement. This is a public city street. I mean, that being said, it's staff's opinion that the applicant, in the context of this very constrained space, did the best they can to mitigate lots of potential conflicts. So city planning, as conditions of approval, asks that the applicant apply by the following conditions: that all testimony of the applicant, the expert witnesses, in accordance with the application shall be binding; that the applicant shall address and/or comply with all comments and recommendations of municipal review agents and submit revised plans as necessary; that all materials and color selections shall be shown on final plans; No change to the facade or site design, including materials, as well as any changes that may be required by construction code shall be permitted without consultation and approval by planning staff. That the applicant shall provide an affidavit from the architect of record representing that the construction project is consistent with final approved plans prior to issuance of a CO. That the street trees and landscaping shall be installed in accordance with our forestry standards. Prior to receiving the CO, the property, that the sidewalk on Orient Avenue that the applicant will be installing from John F. Kennedy Boulevard to Westside Avenue in order to connect both this property and other adjacent properties better with the light rail station. Received sign off from the transportation staff. And as an inclusionary zoning project, that the applicant comply with all relevant provisions of chapters 187 and 188 of the municipal code, including the execution of an affordable housing agreement. With that being said, staff recommends approval with conditions.
So Matt, was there any discussion, any further discussion of any kind of turnaround on Morton?
Yeah, so I think as Mr. Harrington mentioned, the vacation of Morton Place occurred before the site plan was in front of planning staff. And I think the potential staff would certainly like to see more turnaround space. That being said, I do not believe we're in a position to be able to require it beyond what we can do with the public right of way.
Okay, so here's my issue.
Mhm.
Is the only possible way to exit Morton is a K-turn at the end of the street?
Yes.
Does that put pedestrian safety at risk, do you think?
Well, if I could, we did address that issue. We had that discussion with Jersey City Traffic and Matt, so that we have the area at the end of Morton Place where you can make the K-turn for that specific reason. So that has been addressed at the end. That's where we had the parking spaces at first.
Sure.
And the conclusion was, let's remove these parking spaces so that you can come down the street, make a K-turn if you're going to turn around there, just in front of the building.
Yeah.
So otherwise, it would have created an issue and a conflict with the neighbors. So this way, it takes you further down the street.
Okay.
And I think we moved some things around so that we bumped out the sidewalk area too, so that you have as much width as possible.
Yes, and I believe by removing the parking, it takes this hypothetical space that would be for a K-turn beyond the limits of Mr. Hamaya's property.
That's correct.
It's a constrained space. It's not perfect. It's not ideal. But with the vacation of Morton Place happened 2 years ago, and we were presented with a project that complied with the terms of that vacation. This is an as-of-right development.
So yes, it's an as-of-right development. But we do have, I don't think it's a good idea to have a lobby on Morton. I think we're creating a hazard. I don't agree with creating a situation where K-turns are the only way to get in and out of a public street.
So that's a valid site plan issue, right?
Yeah.
So whether or not there's deviations being requested, the site plan authority gives the board to look at an issue like that and say, okay. And Chair, it sounds like the concern is obviously that what's been described as a pedestrian lobby is going to attract vehicular traffic down into Morton, whether it's Ubers or whoever, but they're going to be going down into Morton to access the building.
But, in response to that, I'd say that it is a site plan issue, but it's a site plan issue that we reviewed with staff and with the Jersey City engineers, the traffic engineers. And they're the ones that, we presented this plan to them, and they're the ones who signed off on it. I would submit they're the experts in the traffic field, so.
Doesn't make the concern any less valid from this board who votes on the application, council.
So one issue that did get discussed in conversations between staff and the applicants' professionals was the issue of Ubers and deliveries, and staff proposed ensuring in the registration with the assessor and the like that this property have an Orient Avenue address. So when you have Uber or Google Maps or the like directing a vehicle to the property, that it use the Orient Avenue entrance and the Morton Place entrance be primarily for pedestrians as a secondary entrance. There are two spots of public access, one on Orient Avenue and one on Morton Place.
Sure, but if you're standing on Morton Place, which is a public street, requesting an Uber, it's going to send it to your location. It doesn't send it to the building address, correct?
I suppose that would be the case, and that is
So
a valid
just-
concern.
And,
Sync it to whatever's closest to you.
yeah, it syncs to your device. It doesn't sync to the building address. And,
So,
any food delivery, any package delivery,
so we,
is going to go to that, either entrance, depending on where you're requesting that. If it's a food delivery and you want it to come to Morton Place, it's going to come to Morton Place. Well, we might say there's no parking on Morton Place, but we know that's going to happen. That's not reality. So, with all due respect, I disagree with the
But in,
assessment of the engineering department on this.
in speaking with Mr. Ketley, we
quick
could.
question. I keep hearing deliveries, cars, but did anybody look into emergency apparatus? How would they get in and out? Ambulance, fire trucks, things like that.
We
If it's
had,
a problem for cars, I would imagine for an emergency situation, how would that work?
we had discussions about that. I mean,
And-
with emergency vehicles, they go to Orient Avenue or they'd go down Morton, and no matter what you do to that street, they would be backing up a fire
Okay.
truck. But we talked a little bit here. We could, if this helps to alleviate the concern, just take away that and just make it like an exit only, like an emergency exit along Morton Place, so that people are directed towards Orient, and you're not walking in on Morton, right? So an Uber's not going to drop you off at the end of Morton Place if it's exit only.
Yeah.
Right? They're going to bring you around.
Agreed. I think that's my concern, is the lobby on Morton creates the traffic on Morton.
So we could agree to do that and just make it an exit only on Morton, and that then nobody's going to ask them to drop you off on Morton because you can't get in.
Yeah. I'm satisfied with that.
So an emergency exit only door that in an emergency you'd push out, obviously.
Right.
With that, you cannot go in through that door.
That's right.
But an emergency exit only, like,
Right. Emergency exit only with the push panel, the whole
Right.
thing.
So now everybody's going in and out of Orient.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a better project. So other than that, I love it. It's a great project. Okay. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
All right, so with that said, I guess it's time to entertain a motion.
Certainly, and I guess just to be clear is, so the board is recommending a condition that the access on Morton Place be designed to be an emergency exit only.
Yes.
Okay.
And council, how do you want to handle that with staff on a redesign?
And we could put it as a condition of approval that that area shall be redesigned and subject to the approval of staff.
And obviously, that'll be shown on any signature drawing that you would sign, Chairman.
Correct.
Okay, I don't sign them anymore. Ship has sailed.
Take a look at that, once that's redesigned.
That's what we're discussing now. I don't think they should have to come down for a new application just to remove that exit, or, yeah, the exit onto Morton. So I trust staff to work on it and, yeah, make it available for signature sets and maybe send me that signature set. I know I don't sign signature sets anymore, but maybe this one we can make an exception.
Certainly happy
like old
to,
times.
for, for informal advice from you, Chairman.
Okay.
Yeah. So I know the.
Well, and
ship is
so
not
the
signed.
board knows, right? As a condition of the resolution, it's got to be complied with. And it'll be a specific condition that says that will be a emergency egress only door. So if it's not presented, constructed, and done in that manner, then COs, TCOs, none of that should get issued, but that'll go into, obviously.
Oh, yes, of course.
the
I'm just
building site.
referring to,
Signature
the chairman's preference to see that set. I obviously, we have in our land development ordinance, we have a process.
Sure.
And officially, there is no process for you, but informally, I'm happy to include you in the conversations there.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. All right, I'll entertain a motion then.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2023-0047 as presented to the board tonight, and the condition that staff will work on the entrance and the exit of the building.
With the condition that the entrance on Morton be a fire egress only, and that will be shown on the revision and submitted to staff.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval with conditions.
Commissioner Wick?
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel? Aye. Commissioner Torres? Aye. And Chairman Langston?
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor with conditions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to item 11, is a review and discussion of certified artist Jason Yu, Kayla Chambers, and Heather Womack. Formal action may be taken. So, we've done this before many times. We have 3 artists up for certification for for artist housing or studio space. We've had a chance to review, I assume, their certifications online. Cam, can you confirm that they all meet the criteria as certified artists?
Yes, Chairman. They've been recommended to planning staff by the ACB, the Artist Certification Board, and they meet criteria 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And just for the board's own interest, those are the artist's commitment to the fine arts, 1, the need for large lot space, 2, 3 is their education for the current body of work, 5 is their exhibition record galleries shown. So they meet all 5 of those criteria, and planning staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, anyone?
No.
All right, is there anybody here from public that wants to comment? Anyone from public?
So you don't want for public, I'd like to close the public portion part of the meeting?
All right, motion is made and seconded, public is closed. We have Cameron's recommendation, so I'll entertain a motion.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the artist, discussion, the certification of artists that was presented to the board tonight.
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second? All right, motion and seconded for approval. Can we have a roll call, please, Cam?
Commissioner Wick?
Aye.
Commissioner Torres? Commissioner Stamato? Commissioner Patel? And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
All right, thank you. So let's move on to item 12, is case P2025-0155. Is an LDO amendment. Matt, you're presenting?
Yes, certainly. So this is a very short and simple amendment. Staff routinely reviews the land development ordinance for essentially housekeeping, small inconsistencies in text that might be worth tightening up to be clearer and better match the vision of the master plan. Staff noticed that there was a discrepancy between the allowed uses in the NC1 district and the NC2 district. Both are neighborhood commercial corridor districts. NC2 allows for slightly taller buildings, and that is because NC2 is primarily mapped in areas that do not currently have a commercial corridor character, but are envisioned for change, often former highway commercial lots. And so where you're having, you don't have an existing context where you're necessarily fitting into, slightly taller buildings are often more appropriate, while in the NC1 commercial corridors, which is your classic commercial corridor streets like Newark Avenue, Martin Luther King Boulevard, Monticello Avenue, etc., you have an existing context you're fitting into, and generally that's usually in the realm of 4 to 5 story buildings. But it was noted that there are 3 uses allowed in the NC2 district that are not allowed in the NC1 district, despite the fact that both districts are meant to effectuate a similar character, a similar mix of business. And those 3 uses are hotels, civic uses, and business incubators. So this amendment adds those 3 uses to the list of allowed uses in the NC1, as well as specifying a parking requirement for hotels that mirrors that in the NC2 and other districts that allow hotels in the city. In this case, 1 parking space for every 8 rooms. And as far as consistency with the master plan goes, the master plan sees as goals and strategies. We want to retain and attract small businesses, enhance economic opportunity along regional corridors, and strengthen localized access to essential services. And by harmonizing these uses and making sure the full breadth of uses that the city envisions for commercial corridors are allowed in the NC1 district, it advances those goals of the master plan. With that being said, staff recommends approval and a finding of consistency with the master plan.
All right, thanks, Matt. So I do have a couple questions on the hotels. So we're talking NC1 is 5 stories and below.
Yes.
Is there a minimum lot size or a maximum lot size in the NC1?
There is a minimum lot size, not a lot size. I can, if you don't mind having a second while you continue discussion, I can look this up and
Sure.
get you a precise answer.
So my concern is we're calling out 1 parking space for every 8 hotel rooms. How many hotel rooms, can we fit on one of those lots? Is this citywide, every NC1 zone citywide, or is this a corridor that we're looking at specifically?
The NC1 district treats Kennedy Boulevard and other commercial districts slightly differently here. And so, first of all lots under 5,000 square feet in size, curb cuts are not permitted, off-street parking is not permitted. And so if you're talking about a situation we're talking about on a small lot where maybe on upper floors of that building you have a boutique hotel or a pensioners hotel or something, they would not need to provide parking in line with any other business use on a lot that small.
But that's not called out in the plan.
This is current zoning that I am describing.
Okay, but then we're changing the new zoning that we're talking about. We're changing that to 1 parking space per 8 rooms.
No, I'm saying so currently the NC1 use, 4 lots, 5,000 square feet and above.
Okay.
Has a non-residential use requirement of 1 space per 1,000 square feet. Of course, the often square footage does not align with the intensity of a hotel use. And so in other districts in the city, for hotels, we have a ratio of parking to hotel rooms. And so this hotel parking requirement would only apply to hotels in the NC1 district on parcels greater than 5,000 square feet. Just like any other parking requirement in the NC1 district. And this
Okay,
is,
so that's spelled out right before that, the added hotel text?
yes, and that is current language in the land development ordinance.
But isn't that competing language? So you say under minimum parking requirements, item 4. Number 2 calls out, A2 calls out the non-residential use gross floor area of non-residential uses is greater than 5,000 square feet, 1 space per 1,000 feet. Then A3, we're saying hotels shall is the big word, provide 1 parking space for every 8 rooms. When there is no off-street parking or loading, hotels are encouraged to provide an on-street loading zone. So the parking, to me, is still mandatory for the hotel,
So if
the way
you,
it's worded here.
and maybe the indentation on this particular document doesn't make it clear. So 1, 2, and 3 are sub-items under item A, which declares that these requirements only apply to lots 5,000 square feet or greater.
Right, but all 3.
So this clause around hotels and parking would only apply on lots that are 5,000 square feet or greater.
Right.
If staff would like belt and suspenders language making that clear, that can certainly be added as a floor amendment. But as written, this parking requirement, just like it is written in other districts in the city, would only apply on these larger lots, and small lots would not have a parking requirement, no matter what, no matter the use.
Okay, the intent's there, I don't think it's worded clearly.
Can I propose mirroring the languages from item 2? For hotel uses, when the gross floor area of the hotel use is greater than 5,000 square feet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's better.
All right.
That's clear.
So that is the language that the board is proposing as a floor amendment for this?
I mean, I don't want to speak for the board. Does everybody agree here?
I agree.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I think we're just, if we don't change that, I think it's up to interpretation. We're going to be not flooded with variance requests, but because I don't think it's that many uses that we're going to encounter, but I don't want to create, a deviation request.
Certainly. Okay. Out of an abundance of caution, we can make that explicit.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Anybody else, any questions, any concerns? Okay, thank you. Is there anybody from the public that wants to comment? Anyone from the public?
Seeing no one from the public, I'd like to close the public portion part of the meeting.
All right, motion is made and seconded, public is closed. Matt, we have your recommendation, so I'll entertain a motion.
Okay. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2025-0155 as it was presented to the board tonight.
Mr. Torres, just clarifying, do you want to include the proposed floor amendment language that Chairman Langston proposed?
Yes, as it was presented tonight with the floor amendment language that was presented by Chairman Langston tonight.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. And Matt, just for clarity, this goes to City Council for approval?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wick?
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Torres?
Aye.
And Chairman Langston?
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor for the amendment with floor amendment as to a finding of consistency with the master plan.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on to item 13, is case P2024-0218, is a minor site plan for 294 Grand Street. Good evening again, council.
Good evening again. For the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley. On behalf of the applicant, I do have the public notices that were provided that I'll give the council to review.
Chairman, see the affidavit of publication, proof of mailing with respect to the application at 294 Grand Street here in the city. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
All right. Thank you, council.
Okay, so this project before you, I don't want to jinx myself, but I think it's pretty straightforward. It's a through lot in the Bright Street redevelopment plan. We are not seeking any variances or deviations. 4 stories, 4 units. The existing condition has dilapidated buildings that we are going to demolish, which is consistent with the intent of the Bright Street redevelopment plan. We have been working with staff extensively on the project, and what's before you is a result of that. And I have one witness tonight is our architect, Russell Bodner.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I do. Yes, my name is Russell Bodner, B-O-D-N-A-R. I reside at 52 Long Hill Road in Long Valley, New Jersey. And I've been a licensed architect since 1995. And I've appeared before this board several times.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Bodner. And I appreciate your history, but the license is current tonight.
Yes, oh yes, sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you. You're
Forgot that
qualified.
one. As we can see here before us, it's 294 Grand Street is the actual address on the project. It is a through lot. I'm showing the rendering. I'm showing actually the entrance, the main entrance we're actually using on Bright Street. So this is not a part of the package, so this will be marked as A2. And I actually have a rendering of the other one, and I'll show that later as A3. So as you can see here, this is the Bright Street.
Is this rendering?
Yes.
Have a second rendering?
Yeah, this I can show you the second rendering. Yeah, I can show this one is the Grand Street side, and the Grand Street side as well, and that's A3.
So A1 is.
It's the plans. It's always the plans, isn't it?
No. A1's the notice.
A1, so okay, yes.
A2 is going to be 2 renderings.
Okay, if you want to call it A2, yeah, 2 renderings.
So the first rendering is from.
The Bright Street side, which is this one.
Second sheet is the Grand Street.
Yes.
A2. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As you can see here, this is on the Bright Street redevelopment plan. We're actually located on a triangle block in Jersey City. I'll show you the block in a moment. It's going to be a 4-unit project. It actually has the lot square footage on the lot is 1,919 square feet. The building itself, as you can see here, is a 4-story building. It's 42 feet above base flood elevation. We are in the flood zone. We are about 4 feet off the ground, so we're 46 feet 3 inches is what our overall height of the building is. We can jump right into the plans if you want to. Let's take a quick look at that. Slow. Come on, computer. Okay, as you can see here, this is the cover sheet. This is the location of the of where we're located. We're off of Barrows, Grand Street, and Bright Street. The colored section of this lot is our location. We're a through lot, which is unusual in Jersey City. But as you can see, we have 2 main sides to our building, the Grand Street side and the Bright Street side. As we can jump down to the floor plans here, We're entering off of Bright Street. That's our main entrance. We also have a secondary entrance off of Grand Street for like a secondary means of egress, as well as an entrance if somebody wants to use that to come into their units as well. On the first floor, we have a 2 bedrooms with a study. It's 1,375 square feet, and it's a flat style unit, which is a single floor unit. On the second floor, we have a 3-bedroom unit that also is a flat unit, just 1-story unit, and it's 3 bedrooms, and that one is 1,700 square feet. And then on the upper 2 floors is 3rd and 4th floor. We split those up into duplexes. Each duplex is a 3-bedroom. Each duplex has 1,500 square feet. One has 1,500 square feet and one has 1,800 square feet. And the duplexes actually get the roof decks, which each has their own private roof deck, and each private roof deck is 350 square feet, and they have their own entrances to their roof deck, back to their apartment in the middle of the building. So even the actual bulkheads are not be able to seen from the right of way, and we're also set back from each street with green roofing trays in front of our roof deck on both sides of Grand Street, and as well as Bright Street. So we have 640 square feet of green roofing we're providing, and 700 square feet total in the entire building itself for the roof decks between the two. If we go back to the first level again, we do have a small trash room that's located in a little cellar level that's underneath the main entrance area, and that is our trash area, and our trash will be brought out and actually picked up on the Bright Street side of the building. So I think it's a pretty clear, simple building. Again, the building is, if we go back to the renderings, they're very simple. The building's just a standard 4-story building. The windows themselves are black aluminum glass. The building themselves have red brick with some aluminum panels that are in between the brick and the floor below. On the Grand Street side, we have a little canopy that was requested by staff, and we have cornices to make it look, since we are close to the historic district, it was we did the cornices on both the Grand Street side as well as the Bright Street side as well. Yeah, let me close that. And on the Bright Street side, which was our original rendering we popped up, there's actually a stoop that goes up, considering we are out through a flood zone, so we have to raise a stoop up into our location. Our stoop is actually on our property. We do have some landscaping beds in the front of our property, and we have street trees. Although it's on the rendering, it's a little bit not correct. There's only one street tree shown on this, and there's one street tree shown on the other side. This one, the rendering itself has to be revised before I hand it to you guys with just one tree. Other than that, we're pretty, this is pretty much the gist of our application.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bodnar. Any questions, anyone? All right, thank you, sir. Council?
That completes our presentation.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody here from public that wants to comment on this application? Anyone from public?
Seeing no one from public, I'd like to close the public portion part of the meeting.
Second it.
All right, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Eric, you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, as Chuck mentioned, this development does meet an objective in the redevelopment plan by getting rid of the dilapidated structures. It also eliminates a non-conforming condition on site because this site currently has 2 principal structures. So staff is in full support of the project. Staff just requests that the applicant agree to the conditions enumerated in the staff memo.
And that's acceptable.
Staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
All right, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2024-0218 as it was presented to the board tonight.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Wick?
Aye.
Standard.
Commissioner Stamato?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Torres?
Aye.
Chair Langston?
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
everybody. Let's move on to item 15, is case P2024-0231, is a minor subdivision for 978 Summit Avenue. Counsel, do you want to call, you want me to call the next one also?
Yes, that would be great, Chairman.
All right, so let's also call case P2024-0233, is a minor site plan with variances, once again for 978 Summit Avenue.
Yes, good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, Benjamin Wine of Prime Tuval and Maselli on behalf of the applicant 978-980 Summit Holdings LLC. The application before you this evening is for a minor subdivision along with a minor site plan as well as one C variance for the property located at 978-980 Summit Avenue. And for the record, that's block 2802, lot 1, and we are within the RC1 zoning district. Ultimately, what we're proposing here this evening is a little bit unusual in a good way. So currently, this is one lot that, if developed according to the RC1 zoning standards, would be a larger four-story building, as we are a corner lot, and it would include a rear lot point setback, which is a little bit quirky, but that's how it would look as of right. What my clients are actually looking to do is to actually break up the frontage along Summit a little bit and develop two separate buildings. So the corner building would be 4 stories, which is permitted, but actually there would be an interior building of only 3 stories, again, instead of a full 4-story development. And the predominant reason, as you'll see through our plans here this evening in our presentation, is that keeping this as a roughly 55-foot wide lot and one large building would likely appear a little bit out of place in the context of the streetscape. So we felt that actually building a smaller mass and dividing it into 2 buildings is actually more appropriate for this corridor, which is in a fairly recent zone in your RC1. We do have one variance this evening, and it kind of goes along with the quirk that I just mentioned. So instead of providing that rear lot point of a larger and taller building, we are seeking to have a basically a straight wall running all the way back between these 2 buildings, which means our rear yard step back on the upper floor instead of being 25 feet deep. 24 feet, I apologize, is only 13.17 feet. So we do have roughly an 11-foot setback variance for the upper floors. But again, you'll see this explained in context as we present this evening. I also want to indicate that we did have an opportunity to work very closely with Mr. Beasley, and this project began its life quite a while ago, actually, and there were several comments and back and forth, and I think that they were all positive and helpful, and we were able to get to a point where we received Mr. Beasley's report, and of course we would comply with all of his recommended conditions, and I think that it's a very good project at this point. Lastly, I want to indicate for the record that we did reach out. This property is located in somewhat of a unique area where there's actually 3 community associations that somewhat overlap in the area. And just that would be the Heights Coalition, the Pershing Field Neighborhood Association, and the Friends of Pershing Field Neighborhood Association. So we did reach out to all 3 of them a couple months back. We did hear back from Mr. Capadilla of the Heights Coalition, acknowledging receipt and indicating that if he had any comments, he would provide them. We did suggest that if anyone was interested in meeting with us, we'd be open to that. Nobody took us up on our offer, unfortunately, but that's how it goes sometimes. I do have 2 witnesses I intend to call this evening, our project architect, Avart Patel, who will walk you through the buildings, the elevations, the renderings that have been prepared, and then we have Charles Height to speak to that one variance that I mentioned in my opening. So unless the board has any questions of me, I'm happy to proceed with Mr. Patel.
All right, thank you,
Notices,
Mr. Wine. We
counsel.
just
Yes.
need notice from you.
I was a little taken back myself. Chairman, receive the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application before the board. 978 to 980 Summit Avenue here in the city. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for the record. Counsel, for purposes of the record, I do note that the notice is both for the subdivision and minor site plan.
That is correct.
Okay, so council, we're calling it A1 for each application?
Yes, and I don't think this is.
Yeah, it's one notice
Listing both.
listing both
Application numbers.
applications.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I do. Avart Patel, Aavart, Patel.
Mr. Patel, good evening. Your license is current tonight?
Yes, it is. Thank
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you, Avart. So I don't think this is on. I'll speak loudly. So Avart, if you could please walk.
Counsel, we do have to get you on the,
I did try
the
turning
record.
Is it dead?
And you can take
Just in case somebody has to review testimony later on, we can't hear on the record
Sure.
if there's no microphone.
All right, no problem. I'll awkwardly hold this. And we'll go from there.
It looks good.
Yeah, thank you. So Avart, if you could please identify the plans you're going to present and walk the board through the existing conditions and what we're proposing here this evening.
Sure. So the set is dated June 11th, 2025, and that's the set we are presenting.
That's much better. Thanks. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Avart,
Yeah, I mean,
go
you
right
just
ahead.
flip the switch, right? Or is it a different
Oh,
mic?
it's a different mic.
Okay, all right.
So the current site is located at the intersection of Summit Avenue and Lincoln Street, and the site is about 4,500 square feet. Currently, there's a two-story frame dwelling on the site, which has 100% lot coverage with the asphalt pavement all around the house. And we are proposing to demo this structure, remove all the impervious coverage, and then subdivide the lots in two. The interior lot, which would be 978, would be 25 foot wide, and then the corner lot would be about 31 foot 8 inch wide. And then overall depth of both of the lot would be 80 feet, which is existing. So we explored a couple of options and came up with this proposal to subdivide the lot and develop the corner lot as a 4-story, 4-family structure, and then keep the interior lot as a 3-story, 3-family type of arrangement. After looking at the overall streetscape, there was another project along the Summit Avenue, which is 982. 982, and that was approved, and we basically kind of followed in the same pattern and overall, the architecture and the facade, the breaks in the facade to kind of create that rhythm along Summit Avenue, except the corner lot, it is permitted to be 4 stories, so we are proposing 4 stories over there. But overall, once I go through the renderings, you will see what the intent is, especially with these two lots. I'm going to quickly jump to an overall 3D picture, which kind of shows that development, which was approved earlier, and we are trying to match the rear facades and overall try to create a rhythm. So the back of that structure as well as the neighboring structure along Lincoln Avenue gets light and air. I'll cover
Counsel, Mr. Patel, one sec. We do need to mark
I didn't want
these,
to cut
please.
Mr. Patel off. What I suggest we do, I believe there are 4 renderings that we intend to show. So if you're comfortable with it, I see that Mr. Lampe stepped away, but
That's okay.
I suggest we consider all 4 renderings as Exhibit A2. We'll call it 4 sheets, and I'll be sure, obviously, to forward that along to Mr. Beasley.
Okay, and what's the date they were created?
Don't know if there's a date on them.
No, there is no date, but we can date it with
undated
with today's date.
Okay, thank you. A2.
All right, Avart, go right ahead.
All right. I'm going to quickly walk through the site plan and then jump into the floor plans. Overall, we are proposing the sidewalk improvements with a couple of street trees. We could not propose or we cannot add trees along the corner building because of the existing utility poles and some of the existing street sign and apparatus. The corner building has two-car garage under the building, and access to that would be from the Lincoln Street, and that is located enough distance from the intersection. Gonna quickly, and as you can see on the first floor, the back of the both buildings, we are proposing 13-foot-2 setback. We are required to have 12 feet on the first floor and 24 feet on the upper floors, but we are proposing a consistent setback of 13-foot-2 for both the buildings. So for the smaller lot, which is 25 foot wide, this becomes the rear yard, and for the corner lot, it's a rear yard point. There's an exhibit which Mr. Hyde would cover under his testimony, which can talk more about the rear yard point. I'm going to quickly jump to the floor plans. First, I'm going to go over the 25-foot lot, wide lot, the building, which is a three-story, three-family structure. The main entrance is located on Summit Avenue with required 3-foot-2 setback on the left side. The entrance, unit number 1 has an entrance along the Summit Avenue, and then the second door will lead to the upper units. The unit number 1, which is about 3 bedroom, 2 bath, and approximately 1,130 square feet. Living and kitchen located toward the front, a sprinkler room, and then the 3 bedrooms with a 2 bath located towards the back of the building. This unit gets the access to the backyard. Now going to the second floor, again, it's a similar layout. The unit is also 3 bedroom, 2 bath, about 1,140 square feet, and pretty much stacked with the unit below. And then the third floor would be unit number 3, and that will have access to the roof deck, about 1,385 square feet, and that is also a 3 bedroom, 2 bath unit. And then the 4-story building is joined on the right side, which I'm going to jump to. Actually, I'm going to go over the roof plan for this building first. As you can see, we are proposing a setback on the front side, as it requires setback 10 feet, 10 inches. And that would be the tray system, the green roof, and then the roof deck is about 560 square feet. And then the green areas basically wrap around the occupied deck, creating required separation in the front and the back. The HVAC units for all 3 would be located at the roof, and they would be screened. Now we're looking at the floor plan for 4-story structure, the corner lot. We have the entry lobby along the Summit Avenue, and then the unit number 1, which is a smaller unit at this floor, which is about 711 square feet, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, and that would be an adaptable unit. The 2-car garage is located towards the back with the garbage area and the sprinkler room servicing this building. Going to the second floor, which would be unit number 2, it's a 3 bedroom, 2 bath unit. The living and kitchen area is located towards the front, Summit Avenue and Lincoln Street intersection, and then the bedrooms are situated towards the back. I'm going to quickly jump to the 3rd and 4th floor plan. So the 2 units located on 3rd and 4th floor are in a duplex arrangement. As you can see, the staircase comes up and opens into each unit, and then both unit has the living and kitchen areas located at this level, and that the bedrooms are located on the 3rd floor. They will have interior staircases leading to the upper floor. Going to the fourth floor, as you can see, again, 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath for both duplexes. And they are about 1,700 square feet each, 1,714 and 1,715. And both of them will have access to the rooftop deck. As you can see, the bulkhead is kind of located in the middle of the building or middle of the roof with ample setback from the front and the back, which would easily screen, or it's not going to be visible from the street or from the back. I'm going to quickly jump to the rendering we have. As you can see, the grayed out portion on the left side, that's the approved development next door. And the two buildings on the right side are part of this application. The 3-story building is a 25-foot lot, 3-story, 3-family, and then the corner lot. As you can see, we are, creating a similar language, the design language as well as the material. We are carrying forward through this corner and around the corner for the 4-story building. Basically, we wanted to create a rhythm, as I mentioned earlier, along the Summit Avenue. So that's why we decided to kind of continue with the same theme and develop this corner lot with a similar approach. The building facade would have beige or light color brick with the black windows. The cornice up top would be a metal cornice. And then around the entry area, we are proposing a thin cast stone type material, which is more durable, and all this is along the sidewalk, so the materials will wear better in terms of a lot of pedestrian traffic along the facades. Going to now talk about the 4-story building. As you can see, we are carrying the same language and same materials through. The cast stone panels around the entry doors, and then as you go up, where the box bay is, we'll have a brick portal around, and then infill would be the thin cast stone type material. And then similar lighter color brick with the ins and outs and black color windows. On the 4th floor, we wanted to just kind of create a break in the facade and the plane, and that would be a vertical siding type material, which would be the 4th floor, and it will wrap around along the Lincoln Street as well. Sorry. This is another rendering, looking at the corner, and as you can see, the similar materials are continuing along the Lincoln Street. Again, this is a 2D elevation, but this doesn't do justice compared to the rendering. So just going to quickly, as indicated, these are the materials we are proposing. Light color brick, precast stone veneer, vertical fiber cement type siding, and then fiber cement panel, as well as the window plane for black or brown type of anodized color. This is a 2D elevation along Lincoln Street. This is the side elevation for for the 3-foot 2 setback side for the 3-story structure. Guess that concludes my testimony.
Yeah, so Art, just a couple of questions to follow up. So you mentioned we are reducing the impervious coverage into conformance with the ordinance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we're bringing it, it's approximately 100% now. It's being brought under, I believe, 90%. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and even though we're bringing it into conformance, I know you went over the site plan, but we are proposing stormwater management infrastructure on this property as well?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and that would be for both properties?
For both lots, yes.
Okay, I also want to ask you, we're eliminating some parking. I know we're proposing 2 garage parking spaces, but we are eliminating as well, I think it's about 4 open air parking spaces, is that right?
That is correct. And as you can see in the current site plan, there's the entire site is paved with asphalt, and there are parking spots along the side of the building along Lincoln Street. And as you mentioned, there are 4 spots, and we are going to 2.
Okay, and the curb cut that's there would be modified to conform with the ordinance, is that also right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and then lastly, I just want to take you back to that first rendering you showed from the rear yard. As it relates to that rear yard setback deviation, the building that's approved and I believe under construction next door, that's a deeper lot than our lot, is that correct?
That is correct. They have a single story. The first floor kind of jogs out, and that's a single story, and then the upper floors are set back. And basically, as part of this development, we try to align with it so it doesn't disturb or it's not too close to the amenity or the deck areas at the back, the backyard, as well as provide ample light and air for the adjacent structure.
Okay. All right, perfect. Thank you. Bart, that's all I had for you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Patel. I just have 3 quick questions. Your plans show bike racks. Are they in the garage? Are they in both units, one unit?
So we are proposing that for the 4-story structure, and that's located in the garage. We have a side door here, like a man door, and then the bike racks are located here. So it's after the parking spots.
Okay, so that's only in the building on Lincoln Street?
That is correct.
Okay, understood. How tall are those garage doors? They look pretty short.
Just a second. This is about 9 feet. That's the floor to floor is 8 feet.
8 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, the door, oh, there it is. 8 foot, 16 by 8. Okay. All right, my last question on the unit away from Lincoln Street, I do see your sprinkler room entrance is on the outside of the building. That room is heated sufficiently?
Yes, there will be required heating, and we're required to have access directly from outside, so
Sure.
That's how we're proposing.
Okay. But your other unit has the access through the garage, right?
Correct, because there's a man door available, so you're not going through a unit to
Okay.
access that.
Gotcha. Okay, that's it for me. Anybody else? Any questions? Pat, is your mic on? Pat, is your microphone on?
No, sorry.
It's okay.
Question I have is in reference to your rooftop. Is that glass that you have up there or some kind of unbreakable glass?
Along the front, yes, we are proposing a tempered glass railing. It's a full glass. It's goes all the way to the floor.
What's the space below it? Is there a space below it?
No, it's I can just go to the rendering. It's more acting more like a parapet. We just wanted to create a little more transparency and not make the building appear taller than it needs to be. So that's the reason.
So there's no gap between the glass and the floor?
Right.
It goes all the way to the curb. There is no glass.
Yeah, to ask Mr. Torres' question, no garbage could be kicked off there.
That is correct. Okay. And right behind the glass is the green roof.
Yeah, that area is not accessible to begin with.
That is
right?
correct.
That's green roof.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's unbreakable, that glass, right? Is it plexiglass? I mean, is it thick?
This type of railing system it requires to be a tempered glass. So it would be safety glass.
All right, I like it.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Patel.
Thank you.
All right, so my next and final witness is our professional planner, Charles Height.
Good evening. I do. Yes, Charles Height, last name is spelled H-E-Y-D-T.
Mr. Height, good evening. I don't think we've ever seen you make your first appearance this late. So your license is current tonight?
It is, and I recognize you were trying to get by a variance-free night with me. I realize that.
It didn't expire at 6:59 p.m., your license?
Not still in good standing.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
All right. So yeah, I'll jump to it with just diving into the one variance we need in both applications. A little bit of nuance here, and we did want to provide the board the benefit of a little bit of balancing analysis, if you will. So I'll provide an exhibit that we'll mark into exhibit. We are in the RC1 district. The proposed multifamily uses are permitted. What we're really requesting is relief from the rear yard setback requirements on both of the proposed subdivided lots. So the rear yard setbacks are calculated at the ground floor and upper floors. On the ground floor, it's 15% of the lot depth, and on the upper floors, it's 30% of the lot depth. So there's a little bit of a step back as you get to the second floor. We are creating, so the current property is a corner lot. It's approximately 56 feet by 80. The longer frontage is along Lincoln. The 56-foot width is along Summit. We are taking this corner lot and creating what would be an interior lot and a corner lot. So the property with the address of 980 Summit will be the interior lot. When you calculate the rear yard requirement, that has a lot depth of 80 feet. At the ground floor, it's required to be 12 feet. On the upper floor, it's required to be 24 feet. The application provides a 13-foot setback, so we comply on the ground floor, but we are not compliant on the upper floors. A couple factors for that is really to balance the setbacks on the adjacent application of the adjacent property on this application, as well as the approved project on the adjacent side, which would be the north side, and really to try and create what would be what I would be called suitable light and air to the adjacent properties. If we were to set back the upper floors, we actually would be creating a little bit of a recess on the subject property that's before you tonight, because the adjacent structure and the proposed structure actually extend beyond that building depth. So setting back the additional 11 feet to be compliant would actually create a wall for any future residences where this is their rear yard. There's also an interesting set of block patterns that creates the subject property's rear yard adjacent to the east, which is the side yard. This is the first property that abuts the subject property on Lincoln Street. So again, we're trying to balance the rear yard condition on the application with a side yard condition on the adjacent property. When you move into the corner lot that's being created, we actually have a more interesting set of circumstances. We're applying the rear corner point requirements for corner lots, and that essentially creates what would be on the ground floor a 5.5 foot by 9 foot, a 5.5 foot by 12 foot requirement on the ground floor, and a 9 foot by 24 foot requirement on the upper stories. In terms of area, it's 55 square feet and 216 square feet on the upper floors. In terms of some of the analysis we did, and I'll bring up the exhibit now, at the ground level, the square footage with respect to the proposed setbacks, and again, we're comparing this to that 216 square feet that I mentioned. What's being proposed on this corner lot, the 13-foot setback by the width of the property, 31 feet, is actually 403 square feet. So we're actually providing, from a 2D standpoint, substantially more lot area at the ground level. Again, we're in excess of the ground floor requirement. When we did the visual impact assessment, again, we rendered the subject properties in the 3D model that we use. This is to scale.
Do we need to mark this?
This is not the exhibit. This was submitted.
Correct.
This
This
is
was
the-
submitted with the application. This is the visual impact. It's a checklist requirement. But when we modeled this, there's a benefit because this property actually sits at the southwest corner. Much of the morning shadows are cast into the intersection. You can kind of see that with the June shadow impact, where in the area in green is greater than the existing conditions. When you move into the evening hours, the impact is to the interior lot. So the question became, so this is a 5 p.m. in March. The question became, is this an appropriate or more substantial impact on this adjacent property right here to the west on Lincoln Street? So in effort to try and answer that, what we did was try and understand if we did make an application as of right under the RC standards, the overall building mass, what we understand it to be, would have been greater. So this is the exhibit that I think we should mark.
Yes, we'll call this A3, and is it fair to call this a planning exhibit?
A massing exhibit. I think that's how we labeled it.
Okay. And this was prepared by your office?
By my office, under my supervision. We did prepare it and finalize it today.
So today's date?
Correct.
Okay. All right, go right ahead.
So again, we're borrowing here from the visual impact assessment. You can see the existing conditions. We didn't factor in the adjacent properties to the north that were approved, but I think one of the renderings did show that, so you can kind of piece that in there. The proposed proposed application shows the 4 and 3 story adjacent to one another. So this is for both applications, and you can kind of see that separation of the proposed story. When you actually look at this property as a whole, if you went back to before the subdivision and it existed as a 80 by 56 story building, you would be applying a rear corner point to the overall property. You would also be introducing that at the interior of the block. And the adjacent yards would become side yards. So we would be treating side yards along the adjacent properties. And in terms of volume, you can kind of visually see this as a substantial reduction compared to what could have been applied to had we not subdivided the property, introduced a 4 and 3 story structure. So I think this was telling, and we kind of debated what would be the best approach, but visually, again, this is to scale, and it's applying both adjacent side yards with this interior point requirement. Just another part of detail for the board. I have 3 photos from a site visit. It was conducted today. We did one about 7 months ago, so not much has changed. But these are
A4, and it's
Yep.
how many photos?
3 photos.
3 photos. Okay.
And I'll send these to the board planner and for the file. This is a subject property taken from the intersection of Summit and Lincoln. And I think what's important for the board to get a sense of is that this adjacent property along Lincoln Avenue, you can kind of see it with the brick facade in the rear. And as you get closer, you can kind of see the side facade of this structure with the windows. These aren't lot line windows, but they would require additional setback beyond the 0 side yard setback that's permitted. But again, this is the point of us providing the additional 13 feet of setback along this property line, and that's the greatest benefit I see it, as I see it. So just to get back to some of the testimony, I do believe this furthers purposes of the municipal land use law. Purpose C, to provide for appropriate light, air, and open space. I believe this is a better planning alternative. We're kind of rebalancing the required rear yard in an appropriate way. We are also introducing a new set of new structures for both properties that are consistent with the neighborhood. So I do believe it's establishment of a desirable visual environment. That's purpose I. And those would really be the main purposes I would call out in terms of the positive criteria. With respect to the negative criteria, I think I could take this down. Just get back to my notes real quick. We are in this RC1, which is one of the city's newer districts. I don't believe we're creating a substantial impairment to the zone plan. We are furthering the purpose, which is to recognize the existence and importance of historic mixed-use neighborhood business districts throughout the city. The purpose of this zoning is to promote the historical pattern along these corridors and continue to permit a mix of uses consistent with neighborhood centers. While we are a multifamily residential use and not a mixed use, I do think we're consistent with the type of buildings that you do find along Summit Avenue. And you do find a lot of lot line, zero lot line, townhouse style structures, 3 to 4 stories. So I do think we're consistent with the purpose. I also think that we're advancing the master plan. So we're not impairing the zone plan, which, just quoting from the 2021 master plan, continued efforts to enhance residential neighborhoods. We're providing for additional residential units with this project to ensure the city's available housing is balanced and meets the needs of all current and future residents. Again, this is infill residential development that I think is meeting the middle missing income that we find in a lot of cities, and also to strengthen neighborhood-oriented commercial areas. By adding residential units, you're increasing the critical mass along Summit Avenue, which is a mixed-use corridor. In terms of any substantial detriment to the general welfare, the biggest component here in my eyes is providing sufficient light and air. I think I've addressed that in the positive, with positive criteria. We are improving the streetscape. The application does involve a green roof system, which will improve the stormwater management on the property. And I do believe it'll add to the aesthetics along Summit Avenue and Lincoln. So that's my direct testimony here for any questions.
Yeah, Charles, just 2 final follow-ups, and thank you. I think you spoke very well. Just to confirm that through subdivision and the creative design that Art spoke about, and being that this is less massing than the as-of-right alternative, do you believe that this fits a better context with what's along the streetscape?
Yeah, I do. I think it's a really good balance of architectural designs, the interior layouts, especially working with the overall property. It is oversized for the RC1 district, so we've done an appropriate alternative with the subdivision and application.
Okay, and then just with respect to the variance itself, do you believe, and I think you put the numbers on the record as well, but do you believe that this actually provides more open space than what an as-of-right development might look like?
I do. It's almost double at the grade level, but from a massing standpoint, the exhibit shows the sheer decrease in volume of the proposed.
Thank you. I have nothing further for Charles.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hyatt. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Council,
you.
that's your presentation?
I'd respectfully request the right to sum up and respond to any comments, but otherwise
Sure, of
that
course.
concludes my direct.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody here from public that wants to comment on this application? Anyone from public?
Seeing no one from public, I'd like to close the public portion part of the meeting.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Public is closed. Eric, this is yours. I'm sorry. I should have just looked over to see who was sitting there.
No,
You got
it's
any
all right.
comments?
Staff agrees with the testimony provided by the applicant's professionals. And to kind of touch on the variance being requested, 48 Lincoln Street, the adjacent lot, it's only 55 feet deep. So any kind of proposed development on the subject lot is going to definitely impact a bit of that 48 Lincoln Street, but I think something to remember is that it's the side lot line of 48 Lincoln. And, I believe the professionals or the applicant has attempted to balance what's developed on their lot, as well as preserving some of the light and air on 48 Lincoln Street. Staff just requests that the applicant agree to the conditions in the staff memo.
Certainly.
Staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. Council, do you want to sum up, or?
Unless the board has any further questions, I think the testimony spoke for itself, and I'd respectfully request that the board approve the application as presented.
Okay, thank you. So I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, am I gonna read the two cases the same?
We're going to start with the subdivision, item 15.
Okay. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2024-0231 subdivision as it was presented to the board tonight.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval on the subdivision.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve case 2024-0233, site plan with variance as it was presented to the board tonight.
Second it.
Okay, motion made and seconded for the site plan.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Chairman Langston.
Yes, so I agree with Mr. Height's testimony. I think the variances are reasonable and they comply with the intent of the Jersey City Master Plan, so my vote is aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, everybody. We'll be back in 5.
I'm sorry?
Please. And we're up to item 17, case P2024-0172 is a preliminary and final major subdivision for 125 Theodore Conrad Drive. Good evening, council.
Good evening. If you could also call
Sure.
case 18, they're combined.
Okay, so let's also call case P2025-0132 as a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances for 125 Theodore Conrad Drive.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. This is a notice case, so we did submit notice. It's been posted to the portal. If I can approach.
Chairman, see the affidavit of notice, proof of mailing with respect to the application at 125 Theodore Conrad Drive here in the city. It does appear to be in order. It is for both the subdivision and the site plan applications. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Thank you, council.
Thank you very much. This is, for the record, 125 Theodore Conrad Drive. It's block 24305, lots 1.01, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Property is located in Liberty Harbor redevelopment area in the industrial district, and it is an application combined for preliminary and final major site plan and subdivision approval with some variances. By way of a little bit of background, this property is the former Daily News printing facility. It had been operated in that capacity since about the mid-1990s. Prior to that, it was owned by Clorox. It's been vacant since about 2022, 2023, when Daily News began outsourcing their printing operations. The applicant acquired the property in February of 2024. In connection with that transaction, legacy environmental conditions were remediated and resolved, subject to cap preservation, deed notice, and biennial reporting. Very briefly, by way of an existing condition, it's about a rectangular site, about 22 acres in size. Frontages along Theodore Conrad, Edward Hart, and Morris Pessin. It's currently improved with about a 3-story sprawling masonry building that goes across the site, as well as a 1-story security/maintenance buildings along Theodore Conrad. Proposal is fairly straightforward. We're going to demolish the printing facility and construct in its place 2 single-story industrial buildings for warehousing, logistics use. The combined aggregate size of those buildings would be a few thousand square feet less than what's there today. So you go from an aggregate of about 430,000 square feet today with the Daily News building, will be around 427,000 square feet. So a little bit smaller on a gross basis. It'll be designed for use by either a single user or multiple users. And as part of this proposal, there'll be consolidation of the multiple finger lots associated with this project and a re-subdivision so each building is located on its own distinct tax parcel with appropriate provisions made for cross-access between the two lots as necessary. Importantly, site's always also going to be raised about 4 to 7 feet to get both the parking and the building out of the floodplain. From the standpoint of relief, the proposal is generally consistent with the redevelopment plan and the LDO. We have 2 minor deviations, which we'll talk about later in the presentation, relating to parking fronting along a street, which is Theodore Conrad, which is actually an existing condition today, and some interior parking lot trees. So unless the board has any housekeeping items, we do have 3 witnesses and others in reserve should the board have any additional questions. We have our professional engineer, architect, and planner, and a traffic engineer should there be questions in that regard as well.
Okay, thank you, counsel.
Now we'll call our first witness, Antonia Mansella from Langen Engineering.
I do. Antonio Mancella, Mancella.
Mr. Mansell, good evening. Your license is current tonight?
It is current and in good standing.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
All right. Do you want to introduce it?
Now, so you have a few exhibits here. These are prepared for this application. How many renderings do you have there?
3.
So we can, if you want to bundle them as A2, if that's okay for the board, they could be renderings of the site prepared by Langen Engineering with, do they have a date on them?
They do have dates on them. 7/15/2025, 7/15/2025, and I don't believe the rendering has a date on it.
Okay.
Oh, no, it does. 7/15/2025, so all 7/15/2025.
Okay, thank you.
All right, there are 3 exhibits.
Okay, ahead, proceed.
Great. So I want to start with the subject property and surrounding neighborhood. The site is located at 125 Theodore Conrad Drive and is approximately 21.7 acres in total. The site was home of the former Daily News printing press facility. The existing building totals about 326,000 square feet in footprint with approximately 430,000 square feet of gross floor area across 3 floors. The site is located within Liberty Harbor redevelopment area. Within this area, it's specifically located in the industrial district overlay. The site fronts multiple public rights-of-way with Theodore Conrad Drive to the north, Edward Hart Drive to the west, and Morris Pessin Drive to the south. Presently, the site is accessed by both Edward Hart Drive and Theodore Conrad Drive, with the existing docks facing Edward Hart Drive. The site also includes accessory buildings, parking lots, internal drives, fencing, and other related site features. So the site is proposed to be fully redeveloped for 2 modern speculative warehouse buildings. This includes demolishing the existing building and associated smaller buildings and pavement areas on the site, except for the approximately 1,350 square foot building along Theodore Conrad, which I will show in the next exhibit. But before I go into the site plan, I want to talk to the subdivision, which is in part with the site plan application. So the figure I have here shows the existing lot configuration, which is comprised of 7 lots in total, identified as block 24305, lot 101, lot 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. In the proposed condition, we're proposing to subdivide the property into 2 parcels that make sense with the proposed redevelopment and coincide with the building locations. The new designations are proposed to be block 24305, lot 102, with an area of 14.87 acres, and block 24305, lot 1.03, with an area of 6.84 acres. Both lots comply with the redevelopment plans requirements for minimum lot size. So moving on to the proposed site plan. Like I said earlier, the site plan includes the construction of 2 speculative warehouse buildings. The first building, noted as Building 1, which is the larger building on the rendering here, is approximately 297,000 square feet footprint, with an approximate 8,000 square foot of mezzanine space for a total of 305,000 square feet of gross floor area. The mezzanine is intended to be office space, with the remainder of the building to be dedicated to warehousing. The building is proposed with the long side oriented in parallel with Edward Hart Drive. Across from Edward Hart Drive, facing Building 2, is 31 loading docks and 2 drive-in ramps. Car parking is proposed on the short sides of the building with in the frontages of Theodore Conrad Drive and Morris Pessin Drive. 50 parking spaces are proposed along the Theodore Conrad frontage on the north side and 90 parking spaces on the south side in the Morris Pessin frontage, for a total of 140 parking spaces dedicated to Building 1. Building 2, noted as Building 2 on the plan here, is the smaller building in the northeast corner of the site. It has an approximate footprint of 117,000 square feet, approximately 5,000 square feet of mezzanine space, for a total of 122,000 square feet of gross floor area. Like Building 1, the mezzanine space is intended to be solely for office use, with the remainder of the building being intended for warehousing. This building is proposed to be oriented with a long axis along Theodore Conrad Drive, with the docks facing south. There are 18 loading docks and 2 load-in ramps. Car parking for Building 2 totals at 57 and also fronts the Theodore Conrad Drive frontage. Regarding the parking lots, a variance is requested for parking fronting a street per Section 3B3H of the Liberty Harbor redevelopment plan. EV parking spaces are provided for both buildings in accordance with the statewide EV ordinance.
Mr. Mansell, if I can just interject for a second, that parking fronting along Theodore Conrad, that's an existing condition, is that correct?
It is an existing condition today. Regarding site circulation, there are 2 driveways proposed at Edward Hart Drive, and 2 are proposed to Theodore Conrad Drive, much like the existing condition. The northern driveway entrance on Edward Hart Drive is a one-way drive for passenger vehicles to access the parking areas. The southern driveway entrance on Edward Hart Drive is accessible 2 ways by both tractor trailers and passenger vehicles. There's, like I said, 2 entrances on the Theodore Conrad side, both of which are accessible in both directions by passenger vehicles and tractor trailers. I'll note that the driveway entrance on the northeast side of the site there is one way out for passenger vehicles. There was a traffic study performed for the redevelopment. The conclusion of that traffic study resulted or showed that there'd be a net decrease in trips for the site for both AM and PM peak hours compared to the previous use, and will not significantly alter area traffic operations. A small security building exists next to the middle of the Theodore Conrad frontage. So if you can see my cursor, it's right there. Approximately 1,350 square feet in footprint and area. Like I said, that's going to remain and will continue to be utilized as a site security building. This building, while not a principal building, is situated 4 feet from the frontage, where a setback of 15 feet is required. Therefore, this is an existing nonconformance with the setback requirements, and we're seeking relief for this existing nonconformity. Regarding signage, there's 4 wall signs proposed on Building 1, 2 of which front Edward Hart Drive, and 2 of which front Theodore Conrad Drive. This complies with the number of signs permitted per frontage, which is limited to 3 for corner lots, which this will be post-subdivision. For Building 2, 2 signs are located along Theodore Conrad, along that frontage, which complies with the Jersey City Ordinance requirement for non-corner lots. For both buildings, the sign area sizes comply with the city requirements. Other signage includes wayfinding signs that are specifically located around the site as necessary. These signs are approximately 2.5 feet by 8 feet tall and are located at each of the 4 driveway entrances. The wayfinding signs, as well as the wall signs, fully comply with the city requirements. With respect to site lighting, the site lighting for the proposed development includes building-mounted LED fixtures along with pole-mounted LED fixtures. Both light types will have a mounting height of 25 feet, which is not higher than the building. The site lighting design fully complies with the city's ordinance, including light heights, minimum averages, property line illumination, and sidewalk illumination. Regarding the landscaping, as depicted on the rendering here, you can see that there was an enhanced landscaping design prepared for the project. The design focuses most of the landscaping around the perimeter of the site, along the frontages of Edward Hart Drive and Theodore Conrad Drive. In total, there's 142 shade trees, 84 evergreen trees, and 436 shrubs that are proposed, again, mostly around the perimeter of the site. There's approximately 5 acres of wetland and wetland transition area located on the southeast side of the site that will remain undeveloped and remain as is. The landscape design complies with the city ordinance and the redevelopment plan requirements regarding street trees and evergreen screening along the parking lots. However, the landscape design does require a waiver for interior parking lot tree plantings, which would require 1 tree per every 10 stalls. For this project, that would total 22 in the parking lot areas. As you can see here, the lot configuration doesn't lend itself to placing those trees in the parking lots. There's limited space, and we don't have islands in the parking lot. But that being said, we do have plenty of plantings in and around, or rather around the parking lot areas, and I feel that this meets the intent of the ordinance. But again, since we don't specifically meet that requirement, we are requesting a design waiver from that requirement. Otherwise, from a landscaping perspective, we are installing more trees than we're removing, so the project as proposed will improve the city in that regard. Lastly, regarding stormwater management, impervious coverage is generally being maintained. However, there is a slight nominal increase in impervious coverage proposed, totaling 1/10 of an acre, but a net reduction in motor vehicle surface area by about 1.7 acres. The small increase in impervious coverage will be managed by 2 green infrastructure stormwater management facilities on the southern parking lot, which consist of pervious pavement. This pervious pavement is underlain by a gravel storage bed and infiltrates stormwater runoff into the ground. This provides the required peak reductions in stormwater runoff rates in accordance with the state and local stormwater ordinance.
Mr. Mansella, can you confirm as it relates to stormwater that the post-construction runoff will actually be less than what's there in existing condition today?
It will. This stormwater design has already been reviewed and approved by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection as part of a flood hazard permit that the site that was issued for the project. We've also received an erosion control permit from the Hudson Essex Passaic Soil Conservation District and a letter of no interest from Hudson County. And that concludes the civil testimony.
I don't have any further questions for the.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick question on stormwater. You said that the stormwater, the pervious pavers were along the south side, correct?
Yes.
Is everything pitched to that?
Yes.
South side?
So the pervious pavers, and I'll zoom in here, they're not shown in the rendering, but they generally are situated in the parking spaces here, where my cursor is, and here. And it captures localized stormwater from this parking lot. And the site is, without getting too technical, has 3 different watersheds, 2 of which have one compliance strategy, and one on the backside of the site is through peak reductions. So this captures and retains stormwater runoff in that vicinity of the site before it discharges off-site.
Okay, but we're raising the site 4 to 7 feet, correct? So how, I'm not an engineer, obviously, but to me, the runoff going north is increased now because of the site being raised. The building's out of the floodplain, the property's out of the floodplain. But doesn't that drive stormwater off the site?
It does. So there is a series of stormwater conveyance networks throughout the site that capture runoff before it leaves the site.
Okay. All right, excellent, thank you. All right, anybody else, any questions? All right, thank you, sir, appreciate it.
Terrific. Thank you very much. We'll call our next witness, our architect, Mr. Brendan Ledbetter.
Oh, just gonna put this one on top of it. There you go, sir. I do. Yes, it's Brendan Leadbeater, Brendan, Leadbeater, Leadbeater.
Good evening, sir. Your license is current in New Jersey tonight?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
So Leadbeater, before you get started, I just want to confirm that you're familiar with the project site and the plans that were prepared by Pratt Design Studio?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead with your presentation.
There we go. I will be brief. Civil covered a lot of the scope regarding these buildings. Essentially, Building 1, shown on the left, which is flanked by Theodore Conrad Drive, is roughly 296,685 square feet with a 40-foot clear height within that building, maxing out at roughly 48 feet 6 inches at the most peak of that building, which ends up being lower than in terms of overall height than the existing building there currently. The building on the left, Building 1, has 31 dock doors with 2 overhead drive-in doors. And then the building over on the smaller building, Building 2, over on the right side, as shown on the plan, is 116,760 square feet with a 40-foot clear height as well. And that has 18 dock doors and 2 overhead drive-in doors as well.
I'll just confirm for the board that this is part of the original submission package, this rendering you're seeing right now.
So this is just the overall roof plan of both Building 1 and Building 2, really just to indicate the location of the rooftop units, basically just keeping the interior environment at a relatively decent temperature to prevent fire sprinklers from freezing. But we also wanted to highlight the fact that when they are located centrally within these buildings, basically from various areas, Conrad, you wouldn't necessarily see the equipment from that walkway or from the public way, just due to the angle in which passerbys or the public would be viewing those buildings. So we are insetting that equipment far enough into the building that we wouldn't necessarily need any coverage or any sort of visible barrier between that equipment and the public. Just moving on to the elevations, I'll be brief here, and I'll zoom in specifically to the enlarged view, just to capture the overall look and feel of the building and the qualities of the materials. Starting from the left, moving to the right, right being the corner of the building, as you see the arrows. Basically, this is going to be composed of a durable concrete precast panel, which will generally be painted throughout of various colors, light tones of gray, white, and off-whites. Additionally, next to that concrete panel, that vertical element, the dark element, will be a metal panel, likely a matte black. Again, off to the right, it'll be another concrete panel over in that corner, sort of flanking on either side where you see those vertical metal elements, where the cursors, essentially that's going to be a horizontal ribbed concrete panel, which will just accent and highlight their area. Encasing another concrete panel that'll be painted white. That what shows as kind of that orangish material currently would be more of a wood material, but would be an extruded metal panel. And then below that, you'll see additional more concrete panel. And then that storp front will be essentially composed of just like an anodized matte black mullion system, and then a low E environmentally conscious, double glazed storefront glazing system. And these areas are essentially highlighting where these office locations / potential mezzanine would be for future tenants. These are just a few renderings looking towards the building. This bottom image is looking more towards where the office environment would be. These buildings could be either one, as previously stated, one tenant or multiple tenants. At this point, it's semi-speculative in terms of who is going to be utilizing these spaces. But as you can see, we're just sort of highlighting those various material changes in this rendering. Similarly, the image above, just looking more facing east, looking towards that office entry at that centrally located position, just giving you a general overall feel of those concrete panels, the glazing systems that sort of deliver light deeper into that warehouse just to make a better environment for the employees, and just sort of breaking up that facade. And these are actually images captured of another building that was done by the client, just sort of, just stating and showing what would likely look like at the time of completion during or after construction. So that's the general feel of these buildings, essentially. As previously discussed by the civil team regarding signage, we are complying with the local ordinances regarding the size. On building 1, I believe it's 300 square feet. We're at the max. And then on building 2, which is a smaller building, we're at 200 square feet at the max, which does comply. Just as you can see, just a series of indicators. The red indicators are just showing the directional and wayfinding signage throughout the site. The black markers are indicating the wall signs for the future tenants. And then the green signage is really for the landlord, this being Goodman, just indicating that there'll be signage on both the Edward Hart Drive and then along the Theodore Conrad Drive. Over on building 2, there'll just be one landlord signage along the Theodore Conrad Drive. That concludes my presentation, unless there's any questions.
I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. I don't have any questions. Anybody else?
No.
No.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Terrific, thank you. I'll pull up our last witness, Ms. Rachel Fifield from Langen Engineering.
I do. My first name is Rachel, R-A-C-H-E-L. My last name is Fifield, F-I-F-I-E-L-D.
Good evening, and your license is current tonight?
It is.
Okay, thanks. You're qualified.
Ms. Fifield, before you start, I want to acknowledge for the record that we did receive a report from planning, and I'll just stipulate that the applicant's willing to comply with the conditions contained in that report. It's dated August 11th, 2025 from Matt DeSilva.
All right. So I know that we are running tight on time, and also that my colleagues have been pretty thorough, so I'm going to try to keep it brief. But we're referring both to that existing nonconformity that's being retained, so that 15-foot setback that's required, 4 feet is existing and to be retained for that existing guardhouse. And then we're requesting relief for on 2 things, both parking fronting a street, when parking is proposed along Morris Pessin Way and Theodore Conrad Drive, and then also parking lot interior plantings where 1 tree is required per 10 stalls for a total of 22 trees, but no interior trees are proposed in the parking area. So To start with the parking plan that we have laid out minimizes interaction between car circulation and truck circulation. As a corner lot, there's limited opportunities for parking away from the street. The current design has parking along the street. And design allows for the truck court to face interior to the site. As my colleagues were displaying, those truck courts are not, like facing the public, facing the right of way. They're interior to the site to sort of contain that noise and activity. And so car parking, which is less impactful, will be along the exterior of the site instead. So parking is significantly buffered by the existing and proposed street trees and evergreen plantings along Theodore Conrad, and also that existing tree buffer along Morris Pessin that's being retained. And when it comes to parking lot interior plantings, significant plantings along lot exteriors provide softening and shading as designed. And plantings also are proposed along curbs of Building 1 and Building 2 where possible. This linear parking lot design, so those long, skinny parking lots that kind of run along the edges of the building, mean that there's, as well as the circulation needs on the north side and truck circulation on the south side, kind of limit opportunity and locations for interior plantings. And instead, we're meeting the purpose of plantings with that external landscaping along the exterior of those parking areas. And I believe we meet three purposes of zoning. A, encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in the state in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. This variance relief allows for productive reuse of the site with efficient circulation. G, sufficient space in appropriate locations for a variety of uses according to environmental requirements to meet the needs of New Jersey citizens. The variance relief we're proposing allows for the productive reuse of this site, and it also allows us to avoid wetland impacts, as a significant portion of this site is wet. And also H, encourage the location and design of transportation routes, which will promote the free flow of traffic while discouraging congestion or blight. Variance relief here allows for both efficient internal circulation, but also entry and exit at the site in a way that separates cars and trucks to the extent feasible. We're also successful with the negative criteria. There's no substantial detriment to the public good here. There's a separation of cars and trucks to the extent possible. The design that we've proposed allows for substantial landscaping. It allows for internal loading docks outside of that pedestrian line of sight. It's a trade-off between those shielded narrow parking lots and a possibility for larger parking areas that would allow for internal plantings, but would require removal of things like street trees or rearrangement to make loading face the street. So instead, this design allows for efforts to retain existing shade and site tree planting along Conrad Drive to improve overall landscaping. And there's no substantial impairment to the redevelopment plan. So we're aligning with Goal 2, the improvement of the functional and physical layout of the project area for contemplated new development and the removal of impediments to land disposition. The site area is to be cleared, and variance relief allows for reconfiguration of effective access while placing loading activities internal to the site. And Goal 4, creation of major new employment opportunities within a modern industrial park, including provision of new manufacturing, warehousing, distribution, office, and recreational activities and opportunities. The project with requested relief allows for development of this modern warehouse, which is part of that list. All right, that concludes my testimony.
Okay, thank you. Anybody? Any questions? All right, thank you. We appreciate it.
I don't have any
Counsel?
further witnesses.
Okay, is anybody here from public that wants to comment on this application? Anyone from public?
See, no one from public, I'd like to close the public portion part of the meeting.
All right, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, do you have anything you want to add? Any concerns?
No, staff recommends approval with conditions.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion then.
If I could read these two separate motions?
Yes, we're going to do the subdivision first and then the site plan.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2024-0172, primary and final subdivision.
I second it.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for the subdivision.
Commissioner Wick?
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Torres?
Aye.
And Chairman Langston?
Aye.
Motion for subdivision carries. All in favor.
All right, thank you.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve case 2025-0132 as it was presented to the board tonight.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Commissioner Wick?
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel? Aye. Commissioner Torres?
Aye.
And Chairman Langston?
Yeah, my vote is aye. I think I agree with the planning testimony. I don't think there's any detriment to the master plan. It achieves its goals and objectives, and there's no detriment to the Liberty Harbor redevelopment plan. Thank you.
Motion for preliminary and final major site plan carries. All in favor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, before we move on to the next item, is Mr. Harrington in here? Counsel, you, Mr. Joseph, you're going to go on with your application tonight, correct?
I would very much like to, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harrington, not to put you on the spot, it is 9:46. Do you think there's any chance we get to your application in the next 14 minutes?
Absolutely.
With one in front of you?
I don't, what is the board going to shut down at 10?
So we're not going to open up anything new, any new application after 10. That's been our policy for years now.
Right.
We won't take any new testimony on that open application after 10:30. We do have security here until 11, but we need to get our resolutions read into the record. We may need an executive session tonight, and we need to get out of the building before it gets locked up.
At this point, I know Mr. Amaro said it's not complicated, so I'm gonna.
Well, you're not up next either.
I am.
No,
He
there's
is.
one app. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
so I would just sit tight. I've been here, for another 15 minutes.
Okay.
And then come back up.
Okay.
If that's
All right,
okay.
so let's call item 19 as case P2023-0099 is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances for 133 Logan Avenue. Good evening, counsel.
Good evening, Stephen Joseph for the applicant. This is a notice application. I do have my notices. If we can mark these as A1, please.
Sure. Counsel, how many witnesses do you have tonight?
I have 2 and an engineer on standby in case there's some pressing engineering.
Okay, thank you.
We've seen those before.
Yeah.
We meet you.
Proof of mailing with respect to the application at 133 Logan Avenue here in the city does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Thank you, counsel.
Great, thank you. 133 Logan Avenue. This is located mid-block on Logan in the SIP Avenue Gateway redevelopment plan. The applicant's proposing a new 8-story building with 35 dwelling units, 11 parking spaces. 4 of the units in the building will be affordable. In order to accomplish this, the applicant is requesting preliminary and final major site plan approval with C variances for drive aisle with minimum landscaping and a design waiver for the compact parking spaces. We'll get Ahmed sworn in and he'll take it away.
Thank you, counsel.
I do. Sure. Ahmed Amara. Last name is Emara.
Mr. Amar, good evening. Your license is current?
It is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you.
And Ahmed, if you could just describe your presentation so we can enter it as an example.
Sure. A1 dated
A2.
today. A2 dated today, August 12th, 2025, and it's 17 slides.
129, 133 Logan Ave planning presentation for the record.
So you just mentioned the address, 129-133 Logan Avenue. It is located on Logan Avenue between Freeman and Emerson Ave. This is the site right now. It's a warehouse, and there's open parking space, open parking lot next to it. This is the entire site now. This is just visual for the site from further back, and this is the proposed building on the project, on the property. The property is currently in the SIP Avenue Gateway residential B zone, which permits or allows you to use R1, R2, or R3 as your zoning. We are electing to use the R3 multifamily mid-rise. In this case, the 8 stories is as of right. The density is the variance. The density permitted is 70 units per acre. We're proposing 35 units per acre using the IZO. 10%.
The units per acre again?
203 units per acre. Thank you. 10% of 35 units is 3.5, rounded to 4. So we are providing the 4 affordable units. This is the site plan. The landscaping in the front is the other variance, the minimum landscaping, and part of this is providing parking on site, even though with using the affordable housing, parking is no longer a variance, is no longer required. We're still providing it because it's a request by the neighbors, and we also think that this is a site that can handle the parking. The first floor and the cellar, we have the utilities in the cellar. The first floor is the lobby as well as the parking. We have bike parking accessed on the right side here of the parking. The second floor is on the left. You'll see the rear units have patios because the garage is a closed garage, so we don't have a building on stilts. And then this is the typical floor plan for the second, third, and fourth. The fifth and sixth.
Mr. Amar, I know we're trying to get through this to
You tell
hear
me.
the next
Sure.
application, but we still need to look at these things.
No, take your time.
We're not
Let me
going to
know.
rush ourselves through anything
Sure.
here. So if we could just give us, a second to take a look at your nice presentation here.
Sure. So let me quickly mention, I was going to mention it with the next one, but we have one bedroom plus den. We have studios and then one bedroom. The light blue is the units with den. The dark blue is the one bedrooms, and then the purple are the studios in the middle. But when you switch to the 5th floor, and this is what I was going to mention, we still have the units which are the one bedroom plus den. We still have one bedrooms, and then the dark green is the 3-bedroom unit in the front here. On the right side, the 6th to 8th floors, we have 2 bedrooms and 1 bedroom plus den units. So we have slightly larger units than what's being proposed on other projects in the area, but this is because we didn't want to put more units than 35 units in the 8 stories. We could, but we thought this was a good density, good approach, and then the units are averaging 620, 630 square feet for 1 bedrooms. We have 770 for 1 bedrooms plus den, and then about 1,000 square feet, 1,001 for 1,100 square feet for the 2 bedrooms, and similar for the 3 bedrooms.
And what's the unit breakdown, the mix?
I'm gonna go back right here. We have 7 studios, 8 1-bedrooms, 13 1-bedrooms plus den, 6 2-bedrooms, and 1 3-bedroom.
Okay, and what's the breakdown of the affordable units?
We would have 1 3-bedroom, 1 2-bedroom, 1 1-bedroom, and 1 studio.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Of course.
And the 3-bedroom and the 2-bedroom are the moderate.
Yes.
The studio and the 1 are the low. I think the other thing worth mentioning is 35 units is not the ideal optimal unit count with the affordable housing overlay. At 40 units, we would still be required for
Yeah.
units.
This is the roof top of the building. We do have a recreational area that's centered north-south on the sheet right here. And then we have the green roofs on the sides, as well as the mechanical areas that are hatched on the back side of the bulkheads. And this is a rendering of what that looks like. The materials of the building, we have on the front facade, we have brown brick. It's worth mentioning that we did meet with the neighborhood. They voiced their concern with the previous brick color, which was a white brick. So we went with a more brown brick, which was their recommendation. The brass metal panel, and we have exposed concrete columns on the ground floor. The rear of the building has a smooth stucco finish and the brass metal panel as well, which is cut out of the stucco on the sides right there. And this is the proposed building. And that concludes my testimony.
Okay, so a screened area on the roof. There's no PTAC units. That's where the condensers are going? Or-
Yes. There is no PTAC units. The condensers are going on the roof, correct?
Okay, and everything's screened, correct?
Correct, yes.
How high is the screening? 4 foot?
4 feet, yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions?
Yeah,
Anyone?
I'm gonna have two questions for you. Since you have this picture up right now, that's the back of the building?
Correct, yes.
And those are the balconies on the back of the building. I
Correct.
see the railings with a lot of space between them. The bottom of the railing, how much space do you have from the bottom of the railing to the
Less than 4 inches.
less than 4?
Yes.
Which would be like what, 2 or 3?
3.5.
3.5? That's not much less than 4.
Less than 4.
It is less than 4. Not much less than 4. We could do better than that.
We can go to 2, sure.
Yeah, we could do better than that. It's a safety precaution, not.
I hear you.
Right now, underneath there, what's in the bottom of that there, where people are gonna be sitting and
On the second floor, there's a walkout patio. Yeah.
patio, right?
Yeah.
So you got stuff that could fall from up above.
Yeah,
or
that's
people
correct.
that you want to sit down there. Okay. I'm looking at your cellar plan,
I can go back to it. Yeah.
and then your first floor plan where the cars are parked. So the first floor plan, that's street level.
That is street level, correct? Yes.
So you'll be taking the garbage out
On street level.
through the garage
Parking.
doors.
Yeah.
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 And it'll be put on Logan Avenue.
Correct.
Logan Avenue, okay. No compactor or anything like that, though. It's just so
It's 35 units, so it's manageable with.
it's manageable.
Yeah.
So they'll be taking it. Somebody will be bringing it down the elevator, or the
No,
tenants bring
there's
it
a
down.
chute. There's a chute in the
There
building.
is a chute.
Yeah, there is a chute. There's a trash room on every floor, which is.
Well, I see a trash room.
Yeah.
I just don't notice the chute.
No, there'll be a chute in it, and it's gonna come down to the first floor,
Okay.
where it'll be
Somebody
bagged
will-
and then taken out. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
That's all I have then. Thank you.
Okay, so 2 things. Is there ventilation in that first floor parking garage, or is that?
It would be mechanically ventilated.
Okay.
So if we kept it open, this was something that we spoke about with planning and being a variance for stilted buildings, which is a look that I understand and agree with is not something that we want to have. So it's an enclosed garage per building code, so it would have to be mechanically ventilated.
Okay. The trash room doors, how do they open with that parking space there?
So that's something that'll be worked out with management. If you would have to take it out probably on days or nights that the car's not there.
And how is management gonna, I know it's their job to manage things,
No,
but
no,
how
no,
do
but,
they manage that?
So there's 2 different ways of doing this. The one way was to take it through the lobby, and we don't want to do it that way. But the original actually plan is to flip the van accessible space to that spot, and that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna suggest. Is there room to flip that and configure the parking?
Yes.
To the same number?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so would we make that a condition of approval?
Sure.
Okay. Anybody else? Any other questions?
No.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. We have Sam Bellamy here as our planner. We'll get him
Okay,
sworn in. He has some brief planning testimony.
Yes, I do. Samuel Bellamy, last name Bellamy.
Mr. Bellamy, good evening. Your license is current?
Good evening. Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. We're qualified.
All All right, so as mentioned, we're in the SIP Avenue Gateway redevelopment plan, which allows us to use the R3 district requirements. From a bulk standpoint, this project is conforming with all bulk standards with respect to setbacks and coverage. We're also utilizing the affordable housing overlay that replaces the standard density requirement with the standard based on the building massing. As Mr. Amar detailed, this project does provide for an adequate unit mix and sizes within it, so I think that is a nice component here. And then we're also replacing an existing non-conforming industrial use with a conforming multifamily use with this project. There's 2 bulk variances we're requesting along with the approval for the compact parking spaces. So we're asking for a minimum drive aisle width variance. We're proposing 18.41 feet, and that's when you enter the garage from the garage door. And then as you drive back to where the parking spaces are located, the drive aisle actually increases to about 33 feet, so substantially above the 24-foot requirement. I also mentioned the curb cuts at 10 feet, the garage doors at 12 feet, and then it tailors up to 18 to 33 feet. So I think that allows for adequate circulation into and out of the garage. And also the tapering down as you get to the sidewalk and into the street, I think would allow for some safety aspects with pedestrians crossing and then cars within the right of way. The proposed parking spaces in general meet the requirements. The LDO does allow you to provide compact parking spaces subject to planning board approval. And with the additional drive aisle width where the parking spaces are located at 33 feet, I think there is adequate space here for the compact spaces, and that's where 8-foot minimum width of those spaces are provided, and there'll be the full 18-foot deep parking spaces within the garage. We're also asking for a minimum landscaping variance here. There is a conflicting requirement within the R3 district. It actually allows 100% lot coverage where parking is provided, but then there's also a 10% minimum landscaping requirement, so a little bit conflicting there. We're providing a 3.56%. That's within the front yard landscaping areas. In addition, we have about 1,800 square feet of green roofing. Then we're also proposing extensive tree pits with 2 new street trees. Those tree pits will be bioswales that collect rainwater from the street. So I think that's another nice green component with this project. And then overall, we're meeting the city's stormwater control ordinance through those components of green roofing and the extensive tree pits areas here. Overall, this project does promote the purposes of the municipal land use law. I think it promotes purpose A, E, and G. I think we are providing for an appropriate density here within the building and providing for the affordable housing units. And I think there is sufficient space and appropriate location for the proposed multifamily building on this property. Overall, I think these variances can be granted pursuant to the C2 criteria where the benefits would outweigh the detriments. I don't see any substantial detriment to the general welfare here. Again, I think this building was designed in consistency with the bulk standards and with the height of the R3 district. And I don't see a substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. I think this project, in fact, promotes the purpose of the R3 district and the purposes of the master plan by providing for balanced housing on this property. And overall, this project does meet both the positive and negative criteria. And with that, my direct testimony concludes.
Thank you,
Okay,
Senator.
thank you, Mr. Bellamy. Any questions, anyone? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Council, I do have one last thing to go back to on the parking. Is there any indicator for pedestrians when that door is opening or cars are approaching?
I can answer that.
We usually add that to all of our projects, and I'm happy to put it as a condition. on the
Okay,
project,
yeah, I think it's definitely warranted here.
Definitely, sure.
Okay, thank you, we appreciate it.
Okay, that concludes
That's your
our direct
presentation?
testimony, unless anyone wants to hear from the engineer. I know we went through that fast, but we did do a lot of work before we got to this point.
Sure. Anybody? Engineering testimony? I don't know that we need it. Okay.
Great. So that
All right.
concludes our direct testimony.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody here from public that wants to comment on this application? Come on up, Mike.
I do. Michael Manzo, M-A-N-Z-O, lifelong, 82 Wright Avenue, Jersey City.
Mike, good
everyone.
evening. We have
How
3
you doing
minutes
there?
for you.
I just want to commend the people involved with this project. We asked them to meet with us. They came, and they accommodated even after the meeting. They were going back and forth with the color of the brick and the panels. So there was a lot of interaction there. I appreciate that. This area, this Sip Avenue Gateway, has been a mishmash for 20-something years. It's been open. This was allowed. This was disallowed. And what's happening now, I think we're at a point where this project and the church on the Sip Avenue is taking away that dormant space, the new lights, the landscaping. I think it's going to make a turn now. We've had a decrease in crime. We had a decrease in abandoned vehicles. We had an upkeep of people taking care of their houses better. It's just, it seems like it's inspiring, and I hope we're going to get in that. And I only live a couple blocks away, so I'm pretty happy that this is going about. With the neighborhood and everybody else, I think this project should be approved. Thank you for your time.
All right, thanks, Mike. We appreciate it. Always a pleasure. Anybody else from public?
Okay. I'm Pam Andes from Councilman Rich Bogiano's office, and if he could just say whatever Mike Manzo said, he would. And basically, he wants to thank the developer who met with the community, listened to them, and made changes. The community commented on the brick color. The developer changed the color. The community wanted on-site parking. The developer changed the project to have on-site parking. You see, developers and the community can work together. It is possible, and that is all what the residents ask. Work with the community. The residents in this community is not a transient community. They're lifelong, just like Mike Manzo. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andes. Okay, anybody else from public?
Hello again.
Good evening. And you're still sworn
I'm
in?
still Danielle D'Adamo. I'm still a lifelong resident of Jersey City, New Jersey for 47 years, especially in Ward C. And while I believe this project is inspiring and has a potential to positively impact our community, and while I acknowledge that both the community and the developers are in agreement on moving it forward, it must still comply with our zoning requirement that at least 10% of the site be dedicated to landscaping. The current proposal offers only 3%, which falls far short of this standard. Approving it as is would undermine the integrity of our planning process. I urge the planning board to require full compliance with the 10% landscaping minimum before granting final approval. Thank you.
Thank you, we appreciate it. Anybody else from public? Anybody else?
Seeing nobody else in public, I'd like to close the public portion part of the meeting. I second it.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Public is closed. This is Tanya. Hi.
The applicant and I and the attorney and I have been working on this application for quite a long time. If you just look at the P2023 number, you'll notice that. I submitted my staff memo, I think, at the last meeting, so all the conditions are on the record in the Tyler portal file, and staff recommends approval with all of those conditions, and then of course they add a condition for the chairman, which is the warning light for the garage. It sounds like you all want to add that.
So it's the warning light, it's reducing to 2 inches on the railing for the balcony, and to flip the ADA space with the space next to the trash room.
Okay.
And there's also the traffic memo and the engineering memo. I believe a lot of these have already been addressed in the revised plans, but continue to work with traffic and MUA, I'm sorry, not engineering, and on those conditions. They're all acceptable.
And Tanya, do you see any way we can increase landscaping? Or is that
I
maxed
think
where it is?
I think Mr. Bellamy explained it pretty well. It's a standard that kind of goes against itself. If you're allowed 100% landscaping because you're 100% lot coverage because you're doing parking, that it goes to say that the landscaping is going to be 0.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'll entertain a motion then.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2023-0099 as it was presented to the board tonight.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval with conditions.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel, and Chairman Langston.
Yeah, it's an aye for me, and I once again, I think the variances are reasonable and don't, there's no detriment to the master plan of the city, so it's an aye.
Motion carries all in favor with conditions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, council.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Harrington. 10:11, sir.
That's right. I was holding out hope, but I miscalculated when I saw Mr. Bellamy walking up front. I didn't realize they had 2 witnesses.
So, Cam, what do we look like?
We can put them on the next meeting, which would be August 26th.
Okay, they need to be on first. Hands down, first.
I appreciate that, not only for my client, but the community here. They've been here 2 long nights.
Agreed. Okay, so we're gonna move them to
August 26th.
August 26th. The dates are in August 26th with preservation of notice and a guarantee that this will be up first on August 26th, and there will be a vote on the 26th, and everyone will be heard on the 26th.
Thank you. We appreciate
Okay.
that.
All right, thank you, council. Okay, so that is carried, that is carried. All right, we're going to move on to memorialization of resolutions. I have 7 resolutions that I need to read into the record. Number 1 is resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, applicant Jersey Ave 18, Land LLC for final major site plan approval, 853 Jersey Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, Block 6005, Lot 10, case number P2024-0126. Number 2 is resolution of the City of Jersey City Planning Board in the matter of 33 McAdoo Ave, application number P2024-0245, decided on July 29, 2025. Memorialized August 12, 2025. It's an application for conditional use approval. Number 3 is a resolution of the City of Jersey City Planning Board, case number P2023-0093. Applicant is Usher Levy, 42 to 46 Van Nostrand Ave, Jersey City. Block number is 25901, Lot 44. Decided on May 27, 2025. Memorialized on July 15, 2025. Application for minor subdivision. Item 4 is a resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, applicant 549 Summit Avenue Realty Acquisition LLC for interim use. Approval at 547 to 549 Summit Avenue and 594 Pavonia Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey. Block 7904, lots 9, 10, and 11. Case number is P2024-0246. Did I read that twice? Okay. All right, item 5 is, sorry, Mike. Number 5 is resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, applicant Westside Holdings LP, amended preliminary and final major site plan with C variances for 277 to 301 West Side Avenue and 19 to 23 Fisk Street, Jersey City, New Jersey. Block number is 22103. Lot is 5.01, formerly lots 5, 13, and 14. That case number is P2024-0147. Item 6 is resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City. Applicant is Kessler Hudson County Rehabilitation, LLC, for preliminary and final major site plan approval at 135 Green Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block number 11607, lot 1. That case number was P2025-0011. Lastly, item 7 is a resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City recommending the block 13103, lot 1, study area to be designated as an area in need of redevelopment, a non-condemnation area without the powers of eminent domain. So I do need a motion and a second. Yeah, just say motion. And do I have a second? All right, we have a motion and a second for resolutions.
Commissioner Wick. Commissioner Torres. Commissioner Stamato.
Yes.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor to memorialize resolutions.
All right, thank you, everybody. Do we need an executive session to talk about scheduling? Should we? Thank you. No worries. All right, have a good night. Okay, we do need an executive session. If we could clear the room and close the doors as soon as it's clear.